Chapter 124. Yu Huai found that the situation was not right and knew that things were troublesome. It was very troublesome now. He could not go back home because of the curfew. He could only use his membership card to go to Heavenly Earth from Pyongkong Square. Of course, there were places to eat and drink in Pyongkong Square. He could also rest, but there were no women to accompany him. He took his men to a tavern in Pyongkong Square and ordered his men to find out what was going on with Li. Not long after, his men returned. Shopkeeper, sorry for the trouble. Li wrote dozens of poems and songs for the girls in Pyongkong Square. The whole Pyongkong Square, even in Beitsu, refers to Li as Li Lang. Some time ago, shopkeeper Liang and others offended Li, and Pyongkong Square rejected them. Later, shopkeeper Liang and others found someone to talk to and paid 12,000 taels to get Li Yi's forgiveness. The man said to Yu Huai. He looked around as he spoke, feeling guilty and afraid that he would be kicked out again. It was winter now, and there was no place to stay outside. One night would probably be. Yu Huai sucked in a breath of cold air. Li is so vicious. The man continued. They called Li the prime minister who was magnanimous, and Li Dongzhu who repaid evil with good. Yu Huai trembled, and his heart turned cold. He finally understood. No wonder shopkeeper Liang and others were willing to pay 2,000 taels to treat his illness. When he did not respond, they all ran away. And Pyongkong Square's face changed so quickly that even the county deputy was afraid. Why? How can he be so domineering? Even more so than me. How can he be so domineering? No one in Chang can control him? Where's the Chang and order? Chang and order! Yu Huai shouted and suddenly remembered what Li Yi said today. At that time, he thought that Pei Qian was bragging, saying that he knew Chang and Brother Pei. Could it be, no, this Chang, and is not decided by the head of Chang? Why can't the other officials see it? Yu Huai realized something was wrong. Chang, and is not the Chang, and that commands Chang. There are countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang. At this moment, the other shopkeeper returned. When he heard the shopkeeper's words, he sighed. He said, Boss, Li Yi has launched a new fermenting method, as well as the green storage method, as well as the cutting and bearing method, the raising horse, the threshing divine artifact, and the shelling divine artifact. Countless people were alive, and the imperial government promoted it in all 22 counties. If they succeed, next year they would expand the entire Tang dynasty. He didn't take a single cent, saying something like, being conferred the title of Marquis is not my intention. I only hope that Haibo will be peaceful. There was also a 3-character classic for teaching children and a prescription for treating frostbite called cinnamon frying. Everything he did was beneficial to the people. Boss, we can't win against him. The followers all understood that Li Yi was too arrogant. He took out everything for free. How many people in the world had benefited from his kindness? Why did the imperial court not care about his influence on Pyongkong Square? Compared to this small matter, he had done far too much. If they were in his shoes, they would not care about him either. They might even help him deal with people. The followers who inquired about the news came back one by one. Yu Huai finally knew who he was dealing with. Heavenly World was opened by Li Yi. It was said that Her Majesty was behind it. Her Majesty had newly trained the winged knights. It was said that Li Yi personally helped to train it. The use of charcoal in Chang, and was figured out by Li Yi. More than 200 students were desperate in winter. Li Yi provided a place for them to live in Zhuangzi. People in Sorrowful Field fell sick. The county magistrate sent them to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Yes, it was the free doctor. His soy sauce could not be cracked by others. His 100 boiled eggs made countless businessmen bow their heads. He had given the toad to the Zhang family village, and the Zhang family village had even erected a longevity tablet. The imperial plantation above had a close relationship with him. Gao Lisher always went there and brought back a lot of things. He provided the women in Pyong Kong Square with their underwear, sanitary napkins, and soap for free. He was not in Chang, but Chang and was indebted to him. At this moment, Yu Huai trembled. Shopkeeper Liang and those people were so powerful. They actually asked their relatives for help and then spent 12,000 yuan to apologize. According to this, 2,000 yuan is not much. Yu Huai was the first to admit defeat and found an excuse for himself. Boss, it's not about 2,000 jin. Ping Kong Square knows about it, Boss Liang and the others know about it, and County Deputy Fan Ai and Young Master Fan. You said that you wanted Li Yi to kneel and treat you, but your illness is in that area. Li Yi has knelt to treat patients. There was a woman who did not eat for 2 days and fell by the Ba Shui Bridge. Li knelt and saved her. He pulled her back from the king of hell. If you want him to kneel, you have to die once in front of him. Only then will he use his benevolent, divine hands. It is said that the king of hell retreated when he knelt. The judge did not dare to write, and the black and white impermanents turned around and fled. The attendant was on the verge of tears. What kind of person did the boss offend? Defying the heavens and changing my fate. Yu Huaida's lips were purple, his face was pale, and his voice trembled. He drank, trying to numb himself with alcohol. At dawn, the curfew was lifted. Yu Huai collapsed and convulsed. The attendant did not even think about it and drove the boss to Li Yi's zhuangzi. Li Yi drank goat's milk in the morning, ate mutton steamed dumplings, and a fried egg. He felt very comfortable. He was only 60% full and could eat at any time. He did not need to eat until he was full every meal. He was very happy. Big brother, third brother, and sister-in-law were all here. They ate together. However, the 3 of them ate mutton soup and steamed dumplings. Sister-in-law deliberately adjusted the mutton soup. She added a lot of dried vegetables. The dried vegetables were soaked in the mutton soup. Anyway, sister-in-law ate happily. Empress Wang finished eating and pretended to take a stroll. As she strolled, she found Shi-Er, who also got up to take a stroll. She-Er needed to exercise to prevent her intestines from sticking. Of course, she could not eat and continued to eat. Empress Wang said that she wanted to talk to the poor girl. Li Yi and Big Brother and Third Brother went to visit Zhuangzi. Are you feeling better? I wanted to come over yesterday, but I didn't have an excuse. Empress Wang looked at her personal palace maid and asked with a smile. Shi-Er's eyes reddened and tears fell. She wiped them and said, Empress, even if Shi-Er dies in the future, I will not complain. What death? You want to die with Uncle here because of an intestinal abscess? Are you joking? Uncle's medical skills are amazing. Empress Wang was still smiling. Then, her face suddenly became serious. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, you are not allowed to please me. I will bear with it. Fortunately, Uncle is here. Otherwise, if you really died, the imperial physicians would be helpless. If you died, I don't care about your family outside the palace, but you have to think about how I will lose a good personal servant. Does it still hurt? If it hurts, I will ask Uncle to give you medicine. If you don't recover, don't go back first. It is difficult to die with Uncle here. As she spoke, Empress Wang wiped Shi-Er's tears. However, the more she wiped, the more tears fell. Empress, that intestines were cut out. I saw it. He also saw it. He saw it. Aya. She-Er covered her face and looked embarrassed. She-Er don't have any other thoughts. Uncle is a doctor. A doctor has the heart of a parent. It is the same for anyone. Empress Wang hurriedly persuaded. She could not let anything else happen. So what if he saw it? He could give concubines and concubines to others. She was about to continue comforting when a heart-wrenching scream came from outside. Help, Li Dongzhu! Save my shopkeeper! Uncle has saved people before. Everyone wants to find him. Uncle is alone. Can he save the world? Empress Wang frowned slightly when she heard this. Li Yi, who was strolling outside, heard the commotion and rushed over. He saw Shopkeeper Yu. Shopkeeper, you looked like he was about to die. Prepare the cart. Li Yi shouted and rushed over. He took off his fur coat and laid it on the ground. Shopkeeper Yu was carried out and placed on it. He knelt there and began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Yu Huai finally got what he wanted. Li knelt. He knelt for a patient. Chapter 125. The stretcher trolley was pushed over and carried up. Li Yi continued CPR and rushed all the way to the resuscitation room. He went in to give oxygen, check the electrocardiogram, inject epinephrine, and administer dexamethasone. In less than 15 minutes, Yu Huai opened his eyes. Don't move, Li Yi said and checked the electrocardiogram again. Then he took off the oxygen mask and replaced it with nasal inhalation. Yu Huai seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the change of scene. He asked the 3 questions in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? What did someone do to me? It's okay. You can live 2 minutes later. You're still not experienced enough and wasted a lot of medicine. Li Yi was distressed about the medicine. In fact, giving oxygen and adding epinephrine was enough. It was caused by emotional agitation, lack of rest, and insufficient oxygen supply in a short period of time. The car ride was bumpy, and the lack of oxygen was obviously better. If it continued to be bumpy, he might wake up. Of course, he might never wake up again. After muttering, Li gave him a bottle of saline and diazepam. Change to another place, and then watch. Call me when the water is about to run out. Li Yi shook his sore and numb arms and said to the little follower who came in with Yu Huai. The trolley was pushed, and the oxygen tank on the other side was placed next to Yu Huai's head. You saved me? Yu Huai's whole body was numb, and his fingers were trembling slightly. Rest first and sleep. Li Yi did not want to say anything else for fear of agitating the patient again. He would talk about money when he was better. $2,000 was definitely not enough. It was more difficult than anti-inflammatory and circumcision. The key was that he was under a lot of pressure. The defibrillator was ready, and the antidiuretic hormone, amiodarone, and lidocaine were next to him. He had to establish an intravenous channel at any time. He felt a sense of exhaustion and needed to recover for 2 to 4 hours. The trolley was pushed to the observation room next door. Li Yi persuaded the others to go out, and he cleaned up the resuscitation room himself. After the onlookers came out, they looked at each other. The palace maid's eyes were full of stars. In other words, Li Dongzhu was too handsome just now. Good skill. Li Longji's eyes were full of praise. Yu Huai's servants didn't know what to say. They silently settled the people down and looked at their boss. They wanted to tell Yu Huai that he had succeeded. Li Yi was indeed kneeling in front of him to treat him. He was amazing. However, these words were spoken. Owner Li did not care about the grudges from before. He came up to save them. He didn't say how much money he would take first. Looking at the things in the room, he didn't recognize any of them. This must be the work of a deity. The doctor from the Imperial Medical Department that the boss had found was very arrogant. At a glance, he said that it was gonorrhea. It was useless to take medicine, and he didn't dare to say anything bad about the other party. Yu Huai was still in a daze. Previously, the lack of oxygen and the addition of diazepam, also known as Valium, into the intravenous drip would make people sleepy. Not long after, he fell asleep. His complexion looked normal, and his expression was comfortable. Of course, it was comfortable to breathe in oxygen. Li Yi tidied up the emergency room and came out. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed his head. Uncle saved another life. It's my duty. Li Yi had no time to fix his hair. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Brother Yi, take a rest. Li Qingqi said. No need. Li Yi waved his hand and said to his 2 brothers, Go and check on Zhuangzi. Sister-in-law, don't go out, it's cold. Okay, you 2 go. Empress Wang turned around and took Shi Er's hand into her room. Empress, why don't you bring Li Dongzhu to the Imperial Medical Department? With Li Dongzhu around, the palace will not be afraid of any sudden illness. Shi Er's drainage tube was a little painful. She was much better now after taking painkillers. She considered sending Li Yi to the palace so that he could save people at any time. Empress Wang smiled and shook her head. It's like being locked in a cage. Uncle won't agree. Do you want to put a knife on his neck? No, if he doesn't agree, he might die. Shi Er first thought of the dark side. You still have to stay in Zhuangzi for a few days. You can go back when you can eat. What books do you want to read? I'll find them for you. Empress Wang valued this personal palace maid and wanted to continue using her. Shi Er shook her head. No need. Li Dongzhu bought a lot of books. Whenever there is a new book in Chang, and Li Dongzhu will buy it and let the students copy it. Yes, although Uncle is Dongzhu in Zhuangzi, he is an official and educates the people. How can such a person only be a doctor? Empress Wang said. Thinking of so many things Li Yi had done, she smiled. The three people outside went to the migrant workers' area. Only eunuch Qing Song followed them, and the other three accompanied the Empress. The guards came up, worried that someone in the residential area would suddenly explode. The migrant workers were as usual. The children were studying, the adults were working, and the elderly were not idle. Since they could not do heavy work, the elderly were weaving bamboo. They did not go out of the house, but there were windows. The windows were covered with paper. There was so much paper that they could make it themselves. The women were weaving and humming songs. Their days seemed to be very important. The men were making paper and shaking briquettes. All of them were wearing masks. It was very cold outside, but the men did not care at all. They were sweating as they worked. According to their saying, those who were cold did not work hard. Peaceful, peaceful. Li Qingqi gave a 2-word evaluation. Li Longji also felt a kind of power. Under this kind of peaceful power, he yearned for a better life. Brother Yi, the same people can't survive anywhere else. Why did it change when they came to Zhuangzi? Li Longji was asking about politics. Because they are uneducated and have little experience. They repeat the same kind of work in other places. Once there is an accident, they will panic. Li Yi said fundamentally that the lives of the people were limited. What should be done? Li Longji asked again. The treatment should be based on reading. The people should read not only the 4 books and 5 classics, but also miscellaneous subjects. Life is first, and the imperial examinations are second. It is quick to treat the symptoms, find a smart official, and order him to lead. Some counties only have a few hundred households. The county magistrate can think of a way and take care of them. The people need someone to lead them. They have the strength and are not afraid of hard work. If they can save a little extra money, they will work hard. Li Yi said something that everyone in his time knew. Li Longji thought for a while and nodded. It's the officials who are incompetent. It's them who are unwilling to do it. Li Yi felt that ability was a problem, but attitude was more important. The officials wanted to control the overall situation. They looked at the big picture and ignored the details. It was too tiring. He continued, if I were the county magistrate of a neighboring county, I would send people to Zhuangzi to take a look. After that, I would go back and analyze it and organize people to shake the dust balls. When there are more dust balls, I would organize people to transport them to Chang and to sell. I would see what the people in the county need and discuss the price with the big merchants. I would buy them in bulk and the price would be lower. I would bring them back to the people. The people would benefit and save some money. Otherwise, they would be idle in the winter and have less income. Li Yi explained the situation. At that time, many officials would think of ways to help the people sell things, such as potatoes and fruits. Then they would buy fertilizer. They had to do it. If others did it, they would be punished. Li Qingqi clapped his hands. Yes, shaking the dust balls is a good idea. Brother Yi, say a few more. Brother, I think that if we put a knife to the neck of the officials will think better than me. They can do it. We have to have confidence in them. Li Yi said with a smile. Chapter 126. Li Longji did not say anything. He frowned and looked at the people working happily. His gaze was deep. The three of them continued to walk. It was time for the children in Zhuangzi to eat. Someone pushed a cart over to the children in Zhuangzi and gave them the same fried dough twist. Brother Yi, did they give it to you too? Li Qingqi knew that the children in Zhuangzi were treated differently from the children here. They are given extra benefits if they work well. Previously, the children's lives were different. It was not targeted at the children, but to let the people here do their work seriously. Li Yi explained the reason, now that they were on the right track. What was the use of limiting the children's benefits? If the children ate well, they would be healthy and less sick, and he would be relaxed. Children did not understand the principles of adults. Anyway, they would eat it. The fried dough twist was soft and sweet. They ran to wash their hands and reached out to take the fried dough twist wrapped in rough paper. They ate it in small bites and put it away halfway. They have a small appetite and can't eat anymore. Li Qingqi was puzzled. The children in Zhuangzi had a big appetite. They are keeping it for their families. Their families can't eat in the Zhuangzi cafeteria. Li Yi knew the reason without asking. Can they eat half of it? Li Longji seemed to feel that it was not good. This fried dough twist is bigger than the children in Zhuangzi. Li Yi said with a smile. I see. Brother Yi, you are the people in Zhuangzi. You are so kind. Sure enough, like Dongzhu, like the villagers. Li Qingqi suddenly understood. The villagers knew that the children would leave the fried dough twist for the adults, so they deliberately made it bigger. Not only did they fulfill the children's filial piety, but they also let the children have enough to eat. Only by nourishing things silently can one show one's true nature. Li Longji thought of a problem. They are working in Zhuangzi this winter. When spring comes next year, where will they go? They don't have a place of origin, so they won't go anywhere. They will continue to live and build a house by the Ba River. The Ba River should not be used so simply. Li Yi gave the answer. He would not chase them away. They would continue to live and work. In that case, brother, you won't have to pay the rent for them. Good. Li Qingqi agreed. Li Yi shook his head slightly. Next summer, change their citizenship. By then, they will have earned a lot of money. Because I don't have land, I don't want to pay rent, I have to give it to the vassal states, and I have to transfer. If the imperial court doesn't change, I have laws to avoid. As for Zhongyong, I plan to have Zhuangzi pay a portion of it, while they pay a portion of it. Then, I'll pay a portion of the medical fees. In the future, I'll have to charge them for medical treatment. Li Yi explained his plan. He wanted to use the corporate method to set up funds and insurance. For medical insurance and mediocre funds, Zhuangzi could provide the bulk of the medical insurance. For example, if one person paid 10 coins per month, Zhuangzi would pay 9 coins and 800 coins, and they would pay 200 coins. Then he would treat a cold and a cold. Even if the people outside came over, they would be too busy. The money that Zhuangzi had paid for ended up in his hands. What should the poor do? Li Qingqi couldn't bear it. In the past, he didn't care about the people's livelihood. Now he thought of some people who couldn't afford to be treated and ran to Zhuangzi for medical treatment. Before next year, I have a herbal medicine book here. Many small diseases and medicines will be written in it. It will be widely spread. Li Yi gave the answer. Li Longji and Li Qingqi instantly understood that brother Yi wanted to impart medical skills. Although it was a herbal medicine book, it could save countless people's lives. Brother Yi, you're the real great doctor. Li Qingqi cupped his fists and bowed. Li Longji also cupped his fists. It's all copied. Li Yi was embarrassed. How could he have the ability to write herbal medicine? He couldn't even memorize it completely. We know. The two said at the same time, as if they agreed with him. Li, Yi. The three of them passed through the residential area and came to the Bar River. They stood on the embankment and looked at it. Someone was breaking the ice there so that the water wheel could be turned and water could be drawn to the workshop. In winter, the water level dropped significantly, and the water wheel moved into the river. No matter how cold the weather is, Brother E, can you take a section of the river water and put it in the cellar? Li Qingqi thought that it should be the ice stored after it was frozen solid. The poor people couldn't eat ice in summer. Whether it was stored in winter or made with saltpeter in summer, the price of each bite was not low. It's already being made. There's no need to use river water. There are many impurities in river water, so we'll use well water. In summer, we made a few pressure pumping wells. Today there will be a windmill. Li Yi pointed at the location of Zhuangzi. He wanted to use well water. The best water for making ice was pure water. Pure water had a uniform density, so ice wouldn't melt easily. The ice in the indoor skating rink was pure water, so it was so expensive to skate. Windmill? Let's take a look. Li Qingqi was immediately interested when he heard what Li Yi said. The three of them turned around and went back to Zhuangzi. Sure enough, there was someone pressing water at the location of the well in Zhuangzi. A pressure well was something for children to play with in summer. When water was drawn from an open well, it would be frozen inside. Therefore, it was necessary to remove some ice, otherwise the bucket wouldn't be able to go down. In winter, the edge of the well was also frozen. When the ice was removed from the well, one might accidentally fall in. Therefore, Li Yi didn't want to use an open well, but a pressure well. Previously, it was frozen, so they used hot water to open it. It was just right to make ice. Everyone took turns to press the water. As long as the water kept flowing, it wouldn't freeze. Outside the well, there was a cement trough and a cement floor. The well water flowed out and flowed along the trough into rectangular wooden boxes with iron sheets inside. Then the boxes were placed neatly and waited for the ice to slowly freeze. The frozen boxes were pushed into the ice thawing trough. Some warm water was diverted from the heater in the ice thawing trough. When the outer layer of the ice in the boxes separated from the walls, the ice was poured out and transported into the ice cellar. The ice cubes were separated by straw mats to make it easier to take the ice in summer. At this time, the hand gourds played a big role. They hung the ice cubes up and placed them on the straw mats before pushing them away. It was strenuous and a waste of manpower to press the well down. Li Yi designed a windmill. Like a water wheel, it was set up. When there was wind, it would turn and move the arm of the pressure well up and down. Other people would come over occasionally to clear the ice at the edge of the trough. The windmill was already done. It was brushed with tung oil and prepared to dry it. Li Yi knew that his two brothers wanted to see it, so he might as well install it. First, he set up the frame. Then, a few hand gourds hoisted it up at the same time. There were a total of 5 pressure wells. They were distributed to various places in Zhuangzi. He made 3 windmills. The location of the windmills was very important. The first windmill was set up and the pin was pulled out. The windmill spun and connected to the arm of the pressure well. The windmill spun quickly. The arm of the well moved up and down quickly. However, not much water came out. The windmill spun slowly. The arm of the well also spun slowly. The water flowed out one by one. Big brother, third brother, please take a look. You can use the windmill to grind rice and flour. Ordinary people can't afford it. It's more expensive than a mill. Li Yi told the two of them that this thing was expensive. Expensive? It saves effort if it's expensive. It can keep spinning. As long as there's wind in summer, many people can use it to do things. Li Qingqi considered sustainability. For example, a water wheel. In autumn, there were a few water wheels by the Bar River. Many people would rather transport their grains dozens of miles away to grind them here. Some of them were even transported here on boats. They would be transported back after processing. Otherwise, without livestock to pull the mill, manual labor would waste time and be very tiring. Even though they already had a few small tools, it was still faster than water wheels. Since the price is high, why do you still want to do it? Li Longji asked Li Yi. Because my villagers are priceless, Li Yi said softly. The farmers at the side puffed out their chests with pride on their faces. Chapter 1:27. Looking at the villagers, Li Longji knew that Brother Yi was trying to bribe them. Of course, he succeeded. If someone bribed them, Brother Yi would do as he said. The villagers weren't stupid either, but they cared more about saving manpower. If they pressed water outside in the middle of winter, their shoes and trouser legs would get wet. With the windmill, they only needed to clear the ice in the canals. When it was time to harvest, they could grind rice everywhere. This windmill was very beautiful, more beautiful than the windmills that looked like sails. If the wind doesn't blow from that direction, what should we do? Li Qingqi looked at the windmill and felt that the sails were more useful. Turn, there's a shaft below. After the wind turns, people push the shaft to turn. Li Yi pointed at the base of the windmill's main shaft. The windmill he built wasn't very big, but it was enough to move the mill. If people could move the mill, it didn't matter if it was slower. It's like a revolving restaurant on Earth. Li Longji thought of something. Exactly. Li Yi looked up at the windmill and smiled. It was expensive because he used iron pipes as the pillars. The transmission shaft was made of wood that was brushed with Tang oil, so there was no need to worry about rain. He had his own plans. If Zhuangzi only planted, raised, and built workshops, he would have fewer ways to earn money. The Ba River flowed by. If he didn't make good use of it, he would be letting down such a good geographical location. There were connecting poles of different lengths beside the windmill. After the windmill turned, the transmission had to be adjusted. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used unless the wind only blew in one direction. Otherwise, it would be able to turn if it was maintained. Li Longji looked at it and felt that it was good. After spring next year, he would set up a few in the palace. There was also work to do in the palace, so it was comfortable to look at. Big brother, third brother, it's past noon. Why don't we go eat? Li Yi reminded them. They were busy just now, so time flew by. It was already 1:00 in the afternoon. Oh, it was the beginning. After Li Yi mentioned it, Li Longji and third brother felt hungry. The three of them went to the cafeteria and did not disturb Empress Wang. Empress Wang should be taking a nap after lunch. Li Yi filled a bowl with chestnut chicken, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, fried meat with dried cucumber strips, vinegar cabbage, and a portion of rice. He didn't fill it with soup. She was going to drink orange juice after dinner. It had to be hot. Li Longji and Li Qingqi didn't get any staple food. They boiled a bunch of wine and wanted to drink some. The wine was bought cheaply by Li Yi and was distilled to 50% alcohol by himself. In order to promote blood circulation for the people who made ice cubes, they could drink a cup in the morning, a cup in the afternoon, and a cup in the evening. At night, there was no ice, only water. They wore boots made of thick woolen felt, cotton trousers, and cotton padded jackets. Li Yi did not want to treat anyone who had rheumatism. Rheumatoid arthritis was more difficult to treat than 100 appendices. He always considered what the farmers should pay attention to in their daily life from a medical point of view, including diet, hygiene, and working environment. He couldn't say that he still did it, even though he knew that he would get sick if he didn't do it properly. He could only treat them if they got sick. The farmers didn't know that Dong Zhu felt that it was shameful for a doctor to not take precautions before a disease appeared. They only felt that the owner was the best in taking care of people. No matter what kind of work she did, she was the best assistant. Hiss, ha! Li Qingqi took a sip of the 50% alcohol and made a sound like a normal drinker. Little brother, this wine is strong and satisfying. He frowned and praised. When the medicinal herbs are brought over, it will be raised to 60% alcohol. It's 50% alcohol now. If you use 60% alcohol to make medicine, it will taste bitter and sweet. Li Yi mentioned that he was going to make medicinal wine and said, when the time comes, different medicinal herbs will make different wines. It will be used as medicine. Little brother Yi's medical skills are excellent. Only shopkeeper Yu is unreasonable. How can he treat a patient without paying? Li Qingqi said as he picked up a piece of fried tofu from the braised pork. Shopkeeper Yu. Li Yi was stunned. He put down his chopsticks and rushed out. He didn't pull out the needle, but the blood flowed back. Why didn't anyone call him? Didn't they say that they would call him when it was almost gone? Oh no, there was a medical accident. When he hurried to the observation room, he saw Yu Huai talking to Cui Lu with a smile. Where's the needle? Li Yi asked directly. Dong Zhu, I pulled out. I saw you giving injections to Shi and the other patients. When you pulled out the needle, it was almost gone. They asked me about it, so I pulled it out. Cui Lu was very nervous, as if she had done something wrong. Li Yi let out a long breath and squeezed out a smile. Good, it's good that you pulled it out. Cui Lu, you did a good job. He didn't care if Cui Lu had any nurse's disease, he just pulled it out. When he was in the hospital, many patients pulled it out themselves. It was a small problem and not a big deal. Yes. Cui Lu nodded happily. Li Yi went over to check again. After confirming that there was no problem with shopkeeper Yu, he said, Pay the rescue fee. 3,000 cubes. Don't think it's expensive. It's not expensive, it's not expensive. Yu Huai shook his head. When he woke up, he saw the equipment in the emergency room. He also heard from the servants how he survived. At that time, Li Dongzhu spread his coat on the ground and knelt down to save him. He didn't mention any conditions. He just saved people. In addition to last night's experience, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Li Dongzhu. Just based on his ability to save people, how many members of the imperial family would want to curry favor with him? No wonder the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace were guarding him. It had something to do with him. Li Yi's smile was sincere. It was fine as long as he paid. This 3,000 cubes, it's not just for the rescue. After 2 days, shopkeeper, you can leave again. Stay in Zhuangzi for more observation. Li Yi decided to give him a free service. Well said, well said. About me, my gonorrhea, can I add 2,000 cubes? Yu Huai looked at the palace maid and said shyly, Yes, it's easy to cure. I'll apply it externally, take it orally, and circumcise it. It's not a serious illness. Li Yi happily agreed. A small operation to earn 2,000 cubes. No problem, no matter how much he wanted, it was more. This hospital had always been free of charge. Finally, money came. Li Dongzhu, one of Yu Huai's followers whispered. He squatted down and used his right hand to press on the back of his head. I have a bump here. Sometimes when I move, I feel that it's stuck. Can it be cured? Li Yi bent down and touched it. It's simple. You have a sebaceous cyst. It's a sebaceous tumor. It's pressing on the nerves. Just cut it. The hair around it needs to be shaved first. Really? How? How much is it? The servant asked guiltily. It's free. How can a doctor stare at money? You have to have the heart of a parent. Li Yi's voice was gentle. Yu Huai, who was sitting on the bed, instantly widened his eyes. He suspected that Li Dongzhu, who was in front of him, had been possessed by something unclean. Otherwise, why would there be such a big difference between before and after? When can it be cured? The servant raised his head and asked expectantly, After I finish my meal, I'll cut it off for you. Then, I'll give you a tetanus shot and an anti-inflammatory drug. You can leave after that. I'll give you 2 pieces of gauze and a small bottle of medicine to change the dressing. You can apply it yourself. After Li Yi finished speaking, he looked at Yu Huai. If you're hungry, ask someone to go to the cafeteria to get food for you. Remember to prioritize light food. Don't eat too much. After he finished speaking, he left and went back to eat, leaving behind the grateful servant, Cui Lu, who was covering her mouth and laughing, and Yu Huaid, who still suspected that Li Dongzhu's soul had swapped. Chapter 128. When Li Yi returned to the cafeteria, Li Longji and Li Qingqi had put down their chopsticks and were talking. Obviously, they were waiting for him. It's okay. Cui Lu helped pull it out. In the future, I'll tell the people who received the intravenous drip to pull it out themselves when they see that it's gone. At most, if there's a blood clot, they can just cover it with a hot towel. Li Yi said with a look of lingering fear. It's not Brother Yi's fault. They didn't ask you to pull it out. It's not like they didn't mention it. Li Qingqi complained. Li Yi smiled and didn't say anything. It really was his fault. How could a hospital not even arrange for the intravenous drip to be pulled out? Brother Yi, this mutton stew is yam. The mutton is chewy. It's good. Li Longji saw that Li Yi was blaming himself and changed the topic. The mutton brisket is first stir-fried and then stewed with water. The lamb brisket won't shrink in cold water and is easier to rot. Li Yi explained the trick and poured water. Many stewed meat dishes were like this. The farm consumes a lot of food every day. Li Longji was good at accounting. They ate meat for every meal and changed the cooking method. If the farmer was happy, Dongzhu would have to bear the cost. Li Yi said indifferently, "You'll only have the strength to work if you eat well. You won't get sick. It's good enough for those who work hard to eat 2 bowls of rice for a meal. If you don't give them meat, they'll eat 7 or 8 bowls. They'll still be hungry and won't have the strength to work. Without fat and protein, it's not enough to rely only on carbohydrates." Li Longji and Li Qingqi tried hard to understand Li Yi's words. It felt like the body needed several things, and eating food could only make up for one thing. Li Longji thought for a while and said, "It's better to ask the people to raise more livestock and poultry. It's not easy to raise livestock. I have all kinds of incubation methods. Once the hens leave the nest, they won't lay any more eggs. Artificial incubation, with more hens, can also continue to lay eggs." Li Yi told them about artificial incubation. This year was Zhuangzi's experiment. Others didn't have thermometers, so they needed to find a way to control the temperature without thermometers. At the moment, it was about time. It would be promoted at the beginning of spring. Mulberry trees and hemp were planted in the fields of the common people's homes, which were suitable for raising chickens. In order not to be confused with the neighbors, they usually tied a rope. Whose poultry was tied to the left leg? Whose family owned the right leg? 2 legs, long rope, short rope. Wing clipping, butterfly knots. Very good. Li Longji could only say so. He was embarrassed. Every time he came to Zhuangzi, he would chat and ask about politics. Other courtiers used a memorial to explain the method and the pros and cons. Many people were promoted because of a single memorial. However, in Brother Yi's Zhuangzi, Brother Yi would just do it. Whichever method was useful or not, Brother Yi would first do it in Zhuangzi. After seeing it, he would naturally know whether it was good or bad. For example, artificial incubation began last year. Various types of eggs, the number of hatched eggs, and how to raise the chicks, ducks, and geese were all the results of repeated attempts. He then told the people, and the people only needed to do as they were told. All the mistakes had been corrected. Big Brother, you can't eat too much mountain medicine. Li Yi didn't know how to read minds, so he didn't know what his 3rd brother was thinking. He saw his eldest brother eat the mountain medicine in the bowl and pick up the bowl to leave, so he knew to get the mountain medicine and quickly advised him. Li Qingqi sat down. He didn't lack meat, but he felt that the mountain medicine today was fragrant. Next year, I will use the mountain medicine to make vermicelli. I don't know if the southern part of the Tang dynasty makes vermicelli. If not, I can teach them. It's not easy to preserve mountain medicine. Plastering the broken parts and smoking it with sulfur can't make it wet. It's better to make vermicelli to preserve it. If you are hungry, you can eat a bowl of vermicelli. You can make it into starch jelly and dry it. Soak it in water or boil it. It can be a staple food for a few days. Li Yi saw that his eldest brother wanted to eat the mountain medicine, so he suddenly thought of further processing the mountain medicine. Vermicelli was cooked, so it was easier to preserve than mountain medicine. Mountain medicine should be prevented from melting and oxidizing. As for skin allergies when handling mountain medicine, Li Yi believed that the people of the Tang dynasty didn't care. When the time came, he would give a method to handle the mountain medicine and itchy hands. Rubber gloves were out of the question, and people couldn't afford oilcloth gloves either. The only method that could save money and was effective was heating. Whether it was to heat the mountain medicine or to heat the hands that were stained with mucus, it was fine. I'll go back and ask around if there is any bean powder. It's cool to eat it in summer. Li Qingqi recalled seriously. Okay, thank you. As long as it's beneficial to the people, you should take the first credit. Li Yi gave his eldest brother a motivation. He didn't need a false reputation. If someone helped to promote it, he could even pay for it. Li Yi began to briefly introduce how to make vermicelli. There was a method to make starch in the Qi people's key skills. The yam vermicelli needed further processing, which was different from bean powder. In the observation room, Yu Huaid also started to eat. His group of male and female followers also ate. The observation room was big and there were many hospital beds. There were no other patients at this time. The other patients were in the inpatient department or temporary home. Dozens of people ate together, but Yu Huaid ate lightly. His followers didn't care about that. They chose the meat tongs, and each of their plates was filled with meat. Boss, the Zhuangzi of Lidongzhu is too rich. What we eat is the food for the villagers. We can eat at any time without resting for 24 hours. The coachman reported the situation. He is naturally rich for treating gonorrhea for 2,000 CUN. Yu Huaid was still concerned about the price. He didn't feel that the 3,000 CUN for the treatment was too much. It was to save lives. It was to snatch people back from the gates of hell and compete with the king of hell. But how could the gonorrhea cost 2,000 CUN? If he hadn't been so unreasonable at that time, would he have only needed 200 CUN? The female servant who was massaging Yu Huaida's legs ate a piece of braised pork with soy sauce. She squinted her eyes and enjoyed it. Then she said, "Eat as much as you want, but you can't throw it away if you can't finish it." "How can we throw it away?" Another person massaging Yu Huaid said, "If we dare to throw it away, we will be beaten to death." The others whispered to the people around them, "If we become a villager of Lidongzhu, we will definitely be loyal to him." "How can we become a villager?" "I want to be a villager too." "Hush! This is actually lamb chop. Villager eat it? There is no sand in the white rice. It is fragrant. Pig liver is delicious. I can read and wrote braised pig liver. What is braised pig liver? I secretly filled half a bowl with wine. It is grape wine. Why are you sneaking? That wine is for people to drink. I didn't see any villager drinking grape wine. A few of them went to drink that very spicy wine. I heard that those who work in the cold water drink strong wine. The others are afraid of delaying their work and are unwilling to drink. If it were me, I would also not drink. Dongzhu is so good. If he drinks wine and does not do things properly, he will feel uncomfortable. Yu Huaid ate and listened. He was a little afraid. Were his subordinates planning to rebel? Looking at the situation, he had to treat them better in the future. But he had never eaten this food before. This was a small fry from the third floor of the earthly paradise. As he ate, he suddenly thought of an important matter. "Yan Zi, did you say how you collected money for the meal?" Yu Huaid asked. When he asked, he was not sure. "I asked. We are paid 30 CUN a day. We can eat as much as we want. The horse feed is also included. There is also a place to stay. Boss, why don't we go elsewhere to buy food? Then we can take turns in the carriage." The servant answered carefully and looked at the others. "No, we will eat in Zhuangzi. 30 CUN. There is meat for every meal. It is not expensive. Yu Huai interrupted his subordinate. In fact, he was a little distressed, but he did not dare to ask his subordinates to buy food from other places. This meal was the daily life of the villager. If his subordinates went out to sell cheap food, wouldn't they be laughed at by the villager? If Li Dongzhu saw that he was not treating his subordinates well and got angry and raised the price, it would not be a problem of a few days' worth of food. The group of people showed a happy expression, as expected. Then they threw out words of thanks to their boss and ate 2 mouthfuls. Yu Huaide's slightly distressed heart gradually became comfortable. Chapter 129. Li Yi, who was 70% full, did not care about his brothers anymore. He went to find the manservant for a small surgery. It was just an acne. He used a clipper to shave the hair. He cut it open, observed it, and used a pair of pliers to pull it out. He slowly shaved it out with a small knife and disinfected it with iodophor cotton. He did not even need to suture it. He gave a tetanus shot and antibiotics. He showed the patient the diseased glandular sac that was the size of a soybean. "Does it hurt?" Li Yi asked. The manservant thought for a while and replied, "It hurts. It hisses and then twitches. Then it goes numb. It only hurts when you press it." "Yes, because you are young, I did not give you anesthesia. Otherwise, your head would be in a daze. Your whole neck and half of your head would be uncomfortable. It would also be easy to have a runny nose and tears." Li Yi explained why he did not give him anesthesia. Even if it was immersion anesthesia, the patient would feel that half of his head was missing something. Anesthesia also interfered with the healing of the wound. Unless the acne had turned into an abscess, he would have to add anesthesia and then clean it carefully. "Okay, thank you, doctor." The manservant carefully moved his head left and right and found that it was indeed much easier. It was the pain and the feeling of sweat on his arm or hand. "Observe and change the dressing tomorrow. Don't wash your hair. When you sleep, try to turn your head to the other side." Li Yi's voice was steady and calm. The manservant nodded vigorously. Li Yi said to Yu Huai, who was watching the entire surgery, "I will do it tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow. Now the rest of you can go out. I will help you clean up and use a new bedding. Don't wear the underwear. I will pay for the new bedding." Yu Huai was very sensible. "It is already included in the overall treatment fee." Li Yi refused. This was not how money was earned. He had to be professional. He could not charge people randomly. This was a contract. The others left, and he let Yu Huai handle it. Then he found a dress for Yu Huai to wear. He left behind anti-inflammatory medicine and told him to take it every 6 hours. He was not allowed to drink alcohol. Li Dongzhu, is it that simple? Yu Huai felt that the process should be very complicated. Otherwise, 2,000 words. Composing a poem is also simple. The 7 verses only have 56 words. How many words can you write in the imperial examination? Many people know how to write. It's just a matter of combining words. Is it simple? Li Yi gave an example and turned to leave. Yu Huai sat there and muttered to himself, "What you said makes sense. But why do I keep feeling that something is wrong?" Li Yi went to the ward and found nothing serious. The 6-month-old baby's body temperature returned to normal. He giggled and smiled at Li Yi. Then his forehead was pricked by a needle and he started crying again. Li Yi used a pair of tweezers to pick up the sugar he brought and stuffed a few granules into the baby's mouth. The little guy smacked his lips. At first he was stunned, but then he revealed a happy smile again. His little hands and feet moved, and he opened his mouth to ask for more. "Don't let the child eat too much, and don't let it become a habit. I see that you don't have enough milk. From tonight onwards, you'll have to change your diet. Add a boiled egg and eat fish. Don't eat too much rice. Eat more sauerkraut and drink a bowl of goat milk before going to bed at night." Li Yi turned his head and gave medical advice to the child's mother. The child needed to eat, but he didn't want to feed the child milk directly. As the mother, she didn't feel shy at all. Instead, She nodded seriously and remembered it. The man beside her also tried his best to remember. He didn't think that the young genius, Dr. Dongju, had any thoughts about his wife. Li Yi nodded and looked at the others. All the patients were full of gratitude, and none of them showed him any disdain. Li Yi was in a good mood. As a doctor, he just wanted to be recognized, even though these people didn't know how to give penance. After the ward round, Li Yi went to find his eldest brother and third brother. They were preparing to eat barbecue skewers in the courtyard. He also wanted to drink some wine to relax. The excitement from today's rescue had not fully recovered. It was because he had never participated in serious rescues before, let alone being alone. Li Dongju, can I have dinner with you? Yu Huaid came over and wanted to have dinner with him. No. Before Li Yi said anything, Empress Wang spoke first. Have dinner with us? Do you want to listen when we talk about politics during dinner? There are actually women here. I'm sorry for being rude. Yu Huai didn't dare to say anything else. He had already heard that there were relatives of the royal family coming over for dinner. He turned around and was about to wear a dress to the canteen when he saw someone standing behind him. He was shocked. Who are you? Yu Huai took a step back and asked. The person ignored him and shouted inside, Chang, and ordered Pei Yaoqing to come here. Is Li Dongju here? Come in. It's so late. The woman's voice came from inside. Then Pei Yaoqing went in. Yu Huai was stunned. It turned out that Li Dongju really knew the Chang in order. But why didn't Li Dongju speak? However, he didn't dare to say or ask. He could only bring the person to the canteen. The dress wasn't very comfortable, but it could be worn and didn't look out of place. Wasn't it normal for a man to wear a dress? Pei Yaoqing came in and cupped his fists, sorry to disturb everyone. I have an urgent matter to ask. Yi Dongju. He wanted to say this official, but changed his words. He wanted to say brother, Yi, but changed his words again. Take a seat. Li Qingqi greeted warmly. He couldn't let anything go wrong. Li Yi was grilling the skewers, while two eunuchs stood beside him. Two palace maids went in to accompany Xia. Otherwise, if everyone was eating and drinking, Xia wouldn't be able to eat by herself. Brother Pei, you're here. Wait for me to finish grilling the skewers. Li Yi looked back and greeted. There's an outsider here. Call Ming residence. Pei Yaoqing said in a businesslike manner. That's good too. Are you not going back to Pei Ming residence tonight? If he came out at this time, he couldn't go back. The Chang, an order wouldn't work either. Stay here, Pei Yaoqing said honestly. He couldn't be modest anymore. Otherwise, if Her Majesty called him out, he would freeze to death overnight. Li Yi grilled a bunch of mutton skewers and came back. Ching Song and Hien took over the grill and continued grilling. Li Yi took out a small pair of scissors and cut off the slightly rough parts of the skewers. He gave it to his sister-in-law first. He put the rest of the skewers on the tray. Big brother, third brother, and Chang. An order can be taken by themselves. Ask away. Don't you have something urgent? Li Qingqi picked up the skewers and said to Pei Yaoqing, Okay, Yi Dongju, there are a lot of cooking fires in the city. If the ice sculptures are placed there, there will be a layer of dust from time to time. How can they last until the Lantern Festival? Pei Yaoqing asked the key question. Whether it was burning firewood or charcoal in the city, there would be dust. Put them in the shed during the day and install lights at night. Tell the higher-ups not to impose curfew when there are ice sculptures, especially the Emperor. The 3,000 winged knights are very good at fighting. Don't be afraid. Li Yi didn't even consider cleaning them. He didn't have the skills to do so. If you put them in the shed, will there be people looking at them during the day? Pei Yaoqing felt that the economic benefits were not good enough. Right outside the shed. For example, if the ice sculpture is a horse, right outside the shed. Floating clouds gather and scatter in the blink of an eye. Light riders can't sleep for 1,000 miles. Beacon smoke rises alone to report safety. because of the border of Hot Blood Town. Isn't this more poetic and picturesque? Draw a few pictures on it, and you can outline it with simple lines. Look, I'll use the back of my chopsticks to draw for you. Birds fly in 1,000 mountains, people disappear in 10,000 paths. A man in a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river. Isn't it simple? What you need to show is a kind of loneliness and strength of character. Just a few strokes are enough. As Li Yi spoke, he dipped his chopsticks in the wine on the table and drew a picture of a lone fisherman in a cold river. The people at the same table. Chapter 130. Pei Yaoqing took a deep breath and looked at Li Longji. He really wanted to say, "Your Majesty, can you cancel my virgin exam? I'm ashamed." "Ha ha, brother Yi, ha ha ha." Li Qingqi laughed. He didn't know what to say. The Chang, an imperial decree, asked about the dust. But Li Qingqi said that he built a shed during the day. That's not a problem, but Li Qingqi gave an example. What was that? How can you be so casual when writing a poem? Li Qingqi recited 1,000 mountains and birds flew away, but he drew a proud painting with his chopsticks. In layman's terms, Li Qingqi was thinking, if I didn't know Li Qingqi's character, I would be sure that Li Qingqi was just pretending. Ha ha ha. Empress Wang also laughed. She stretched out her hand and naturally placed it on Li Yi's head to rub it. Li Longji simply picked up the wine cup and drank it. There was nothing to say. Brother Yi was only capable of this. Other people had to hold back for a long time when writing a poem. Some good sentences were accumulated on a daily basis and used at critical moments. Brother Yi didn't need to. He didn't care about poems. He wrote poems casually. He didn't use poems as an example. Look, Pei Mingfu. In this way, the paintings and poems in the shed and the ice sculpture in the shed during the day contrast nicely. Am I right? Li Yi wiped his chopsticks and put the wine aside. It could be distilled and made into medical alcohol. Of course, if the alcohol evaporated after the meal, he could throw it away. Pei Yaoqing took a deep breath and told himself to be calm and indifferent. He drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. Pei Yaoqing put down the wine cup and said, "How can there be so many poems and paintings to use?" Yes, there are many scholars looking for ways to contribute to the imperial examination in February next year. Ask them to write essays. Li came up with an idea. Essay was a proposition. For example, essay on ancient origin grass. Bai Ji had written it before. It was called Essay on Ancient Origin Grass. The requirements were very strict. The essay had to be a modern poem, also known as a modern poem. What Bai Ji wrote was the 5 laws. The first sentence did not enter the rhyme, but began and ended on a flat note. Li Yi's intention was to ask those who wanted to donate to write it down. Didn't they all think that they were talented? Then the ice sculpture will be there. Write and draw according to the ice sculpture. Don't tell everyone that you can't do it. You are all scholars. All right, let's do it. Li Longji expressed his support and asked those people to write and draw. What a great opportunity. Since there was no one to donate to, wasn't there now? Is Li Dongzhu going to write it? Pei Yaoqing couldn't control himself and asked out of the blue. Li Yi hurriedly waved his hands. No, I only know how to copy. How would I dare to do such a thing? It's so embarrassing. Please let me off. Pei Ming Mansion. Pei Yaoqing lowered his head. He didn't want to chat anymore. Was it too late to leave now? Has the curfew started yet? I want to go home. Li Yi did not care about what Pei Yaoqing was thinking. He got up and went to the grill to bring back 2 skewers of lamb tendons. He placed them on a big plate in front of Empress Wang. Sister-in-law, eat this. I didn't add any chili powder or other condiments. I just sprinkled some salt. This will be hard when it's cold. When it's hot, it will be soft and will be absorbed by the body. Drink the hot orange juice. It can replenish the body's needs. Li Yi introduced. There was a lot of collagen in the lamb tendons. The collagen could not be absorbed after eating it, but it could be combined with vitamin C to obtain 2 kinds of amino acids. Thus, when the body lacked these amino acids, it could synthesize collagen again. With a child in the stomach, there was naturally a possibility of a lack of amino acids. Thus, the body would automatically synthesize them. When it came to complicated biological problems, the body did not need it. It was useless to eat it. It just tasted good. Once the body needed the raw materials, it would automatically synthesize them. Empress Wang did not need to know about biology. She just needed to listen. She quickly ate it before it turned cold. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi and wanted to bring him home. Then he could ask him what to eat during meals every day. Now that the most crucial problem had been solved, he felt at ease. He also drank some wine and chatted about topics of romance and poetry. It was just that he was a little restrained when chatting. The pressure was too great. What if Li Yi interrupted and he said something wrong? Li Yi did not talk about poetry at all. He would talk about how to grill skewers for a while and then personally grill 2 skewers. At the same time, he asked the 2 eunuchs to grill the skewers while eating. How could they serve others when they were hungry, right? Yu Huaid had not eaten when he arrived at the canteen. There were too many types of dishes. He was looking at them. There were mushrooms, chicken, mutton, pork, roast duck, garlic sprouts, wood ear, eggs, salted duck eggs cut in half, lotus root, bamboo shoots, fried vegetables soaked in dried vegetables, oysters, fish, shrimp, loach, pear and orange pieces of fruit, tofu, he counted once. There were a total of 60 dishes, not including daylily, river snail soup, dried shredded tofu, black bean and scallion soup, as well as fermented bean curd, pickled vegetables in pork skin, meat jelly, and so on. He saw with his own eyes that a villager came over and asked for a bowl of noodles. He asked for wide leek noodles and then picked up a side dish to eat. He did not touch the other dishes at all. He thought for a while and knew what it meant. The villager only wanted to eat what he wanted to eat and did not want to eat other dishes. There were also people who ran in, scooped a bowl of soup and drank it before turning around and running away. Are you used to eating this on a daily basis? You don't even feel tempted when meat is placed there. You can eat it whenever you want. Yu Huaid mumbled and shivered. He was afraid. When he came yesterday, he had considered relying on his own guards to do something forceful. The villager was relatively weak and would hide when faced with danger. Today he understood. If he had made a move yesterday, he would have been beaten to death. Was this what the villager ate daily? How loyal would he be to Dongzhu? Moreover, this Dongzhu was a divine doctor. If he wanted to eat, he would have food. If he was sick, Dongzhu would treat him. Whoever touched Dongzhu, the villager would fight to the death. Eat bland. I can only eat bland. I can't eat garlic sprouts. Yu Huaid raised his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. After serving the dishes, he found a place to sit down. His men also took their plates and sat around him, giving him a sense of security. Then, when he saw that his men had scooped up so much meat, he suddenly felt ashamed. There were also those who chose shumai as their staple food and dipped it in soy sauce. Yes, soy sauce was expensive, but weren't you afraid of getting it by dipping it in so much? How embarrassing, how embarrassing. As Yu Huaid ate, he suddenly felt that 2,000 yuan for a gonorrhea treatment was not very expensive. Just as he was thinking, a group of people dressed as scholars came in. I smell the mellow winter grass, like the falling snow of pear blossoms in spring. The north wind whistles and brings the cold. The steam steams and keeps the summer warmth. It's so comfortable. A scholar threw a poem as soon as he entered, then went to get a plate to serve the dishes. Frozen clouds cover 1,000 miles, the warmth of several degrees smokes. They all say the 4 seasons are different. I see the soul of autumn. Another scholar also said, then went to get food. Yu Huaid hurriedly lowered his head, thinking in his heart that after his gonorrhea was cured, he would go ask shopkeeper Liang and the others what Li Dongzhu liked. He admitted that he was afraid. He finally knew how strong the Li family Zhuangzi's foundation was. It was no wonder that the Chang and imperial magistrate had to shout outside when he arrived. Zhuangzi was so strong that he was unreasonable. If the imperial court knew, they would have to make an example. People's livelihood, treatment, education, and charity. Nothing could be faulted, not to mention a businessman like himself. Even if the Prime Minister met him, he would have to think carefully before making a move. This won't do. I have to find them. Shopkeeper Liang and the others apologized to Li Dongzhu. I don't blame them. Yesterday they made it clear enough. I didn't understand. At this moment, all of Yu Huaida's doubts were cleared. This Shuangzi was more of a paradise than a paradise. He had never dreamed of it. He did not dare to dream. Who would have thought that governing a Zhuangzi could be like this? Chapter 131. 8 rivers around Chang'an. Ice and frost on the railing. Rich people find it boring. Poor people look forward to leisure. Chiseling wet clothes, drinking wine, and toasting. The shopkeeper left temporarily, but the new crop of Chinese tomatoes was still there. The next morning, Pei Yaoqing and Li Longji had breakfast together and waved goodbye to Li. Li Yi first changed the dressing for the patient with Sebaria and turned to check on Yu Huaida's condition. You still have to stay for a few more days. There's inflammation now, so you can't operate. Don't worry. Li Yi observed and chose a safe method. If the incision became infected now, it would be a medical accident. Yu Huai didn't know what Li Yi was going to do. Otherwise, he would probably refuse. At this moment, he was very obedient and followed the doctor's instructions very well. In late October, Yu Huaida's inflammation was completely gone. He muttered something like the Imperial Medical Department is full of quacks and was arranged for surgery by Li. Anesthesia, surgery, suture with a no-take suture, bandage, and end. For the next few days, it's best not to wear anything and then take this medicine. Take 2 pills once a day. This is the amount for 5 days. Come to change the dressing tomorrow and arrange for the next change according to the situation. In the next half a month, you can't find a woman or a man. You can't do it yourself. Li Yi gave medical advice. Anyway, no family member signed anything. The patient himself didn't sign anything. Yu Huai didn't seem to hear Li Yi at all. He was staring blankly at the thing that was cut off on the plate. After a while, he came back to his senses. You cut it off for me? If you don't cut it off, you'll get gonorrhea next time. And as a man, let me tell you this. Li Yi understood that the patient was emotional. He quickly comforted him and whispered the benefits of cutting it off. In the end, he almost said that there was an accident. The anesthesia didn't seem to work, so he quickly gave him an injection and fed him medicine, estrogen medicine. Is it really like this? Yu Huai didn't care about being injected with another needle. He was excited. It was actually like this. Half a month. You must take the medicine for the first 5 days. Li Yi saw that the patient's mood was stable and quickly changed the topic. So Li Dongzhu is also a kindred spirit. Yu Huai was about to change the topic again. Aya! Li Yi exclaimed. What's wrong? Yu Huai stopped smiling. There are some dishes that you can't eat. Seafood, fish, prawns, and crabs. Leeks, garlic sprouts, coriander, scallions, ginger, garlic, mustard, and anything spicy can't be touched. Li Yi, who had changed the topic, told her to pay attention to her diet and nothing else. Yu Huai let out a long sigh and said, I'll stay here tonight. Deal. Li Yi nodded. Chang! And was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people who had little or no work in winter were hired by the government office to make shaved ice. The money would be provided by the merchants and the rich, while Pei Yaoqing arranged for the bailiffs to pull in investors. Tell Benla's people how beautiful the ice sculptures are and who funded them. Some of them have to be placed in front of the shop. Squire Guan, let me tell you, it's more beautiful at night. There are lights in the ice, just like a fairyland. If you put 2 of them in front of your shop, who wouldn't take a second look? The bailiffs told a local rich family that there was an official in this family, but the current generation was disappointing. Squire Guan was tempted. His family had 2 houses and rented out the other one. The rent in Chang and was not low, so he was rich. Squire Guan was tempted. His family needed fame so that his children could find a way out. "How much is one?" he asked. Squire Guan, what kind of sculpture and the size? The bailiffs patiently said. The prices were different. After that, the bailiffs carried 2 bolts of silk and told Squire Guan to give priority. The bailiffs trotted back to the county office and went to the storeroom to register. After registering, he was given a sign which said, 50 yuan. This was his commission for the promotion. He turned around and looked for the next target. Pei Yaoqing was leisurely and was not in a hurry. He followed the reward method provided by Li Yi and found that it was indeed useful. Except for him, the other deputy county magistrates were all running around. No one was lazy, as the county magistrate of Chang, and he was not in a hurry. Someone would take the initiative to discuss the ice sculpture to raise money. At this time, in the 8 main rivers and ponds of Chang, and there were people chiseling ice. They first chiseled cracks around the ice. The ice was pierced and a rope was pulled under the ice. At the other end, another hole was chiseled and the rope was tied. The surrounding ice was chiseled and pried open. A piece of ice was separated. The people on the shore pulled the rope, while others laid straw and put up boards. It used to be difficult to pull the ice, but now they all used hand gourds. Clatter, 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 the ice was slowly pulled up. Thick logs were put up on a shelf. The big ice was hoisted up. The cart below came and put down. A piece of ice was basically a cart. The laborers worked hard. The rich people sat upstairs and watched. When they saw someone accidentally fall into the water and climb out, the people upstairs would laugh happily. The bailiffs who usually watched from the ice chiseling ground would also laugh. However, it was different this time. They tied a rope to the people chiseling the ice. When the people fell into the ice, they were immediately pulled and pushed into the temporary shed. They took out old clothes and drank a bowl of ginger soup. The Ming residents had agreed that the person in charge of the ice section would be deducted the salary of the person in charge who was injured or had an accident. The bailiffs thought of many ways to improve their living standards. They took a pile of old clothes and threw them into the shed. They built a small charcoal stove and set up a clay pot to cook ginger soup. They did not dare to make people sick from the cold. That would be a waste of time. If they fell into the water and slipped under the ice and drowned, they could not expect to get a penny this winter. Take a rest. Wipe your hair and sit by the stove. Don't worry. Pay your salary. The bailiffs saw that the person who came back to change clothes was about to rush out again. They quickly stopped him and persuaded him. Don't be afraid. We can't delay. How can we take the money and not work? The person wanted to leave. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Sit down and talk. The bailiffs forced the person down and then began to talk about family matters. There were still 4 days until the 12th lunar month. Yu Huai took the oral anti-inflammatory medicine and put on a dress before boarding his own horse carriage. Li Dongzhu, I will come find you tomorrow and give you the money. Yu Huai shouted to Li Yi in the carriage. Li Yi nodded and said, I don't want grain. There's a lot of grain in the manor. I know. Goodbye. Yu Huai shouted and closed the door. The 3 horse carriages and the group of people left. The price of grain will drop, but next year. AI. Ignorance is the scariest. Li Yi muttered and turned back to the courtyard. A new cadaver was sent in, and he began to study. The next day, Yu Huai came to deliver the money. There were bolts of silk and strings of copper coins. Steward Song to ask someone to count the money. Yu Huai also asked someone to bring out a box from his carriage. He opened the box and said to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu, I have something good for you. This kind of radish is sweet. You must have never seen it before. Li Yi poked his head out to take a look. He smiled and asked, Is it good? I will buy it. There is still some left. From Tubo. There are people from the west selling it. I used a lot of tea leaves to exchange for it. When I came back, I gave it away, and they all said it was delicious. Unfortunately, there are no seeds. Otherwise, I would definitely plant one. If Li Dongzhu wants it, I will give you 2 more boxes. Don't talk about money, don't talk about it. Yu Huai told him where it came from and waved his hand, refusing to sell it. No, 1 caddy and 5 carrots. When you go there in the future, if you see something rare or not seen in the Tang dynasty, you will definitely pay a high price. Li Yi insisted on giving money. This was a carrot. He had heard that it existed in the Han dynasty. However, he had not seen it in the Tang dynasty, and no one knew about it. The only information he could find was a sentence in the Compendium of Materia Medica. The Yuan dynasty came from the Hu and smelled like a carrot. Li Shizhen said that during the Yuan dynasty, radishes were already called radishes. The radishes of the Hu were naturally carrots. There was nothing wrong with that. As for the lack of seeds, this could be planted without seeds. After planting it, it would produce seeds. Chapter 132. You're really buying? Yu Huai couldn't help but ask when he heard the price of 500 carrots. Yes, I'll buy as much as you have. Li Yi said, confidently, I can sell you 500 kilograms. I still have some left to give away. Yu Huai said, Songda, don't count it. Pack it back for shopkeeper Yu. Li Yi heard the number, and it was exactly 5,000 carrots. He had saved and circumcised the carrots, and was worth 500 kilograms. Yu Huai happily ordered someone to send the money back and bring back the carrots. Shopkeeper Yu's business is not small. Li Yi said with a smile. He was thinking about how many carrots he brought back from the Tubo border. The second richest person in the capital office was indeed rich. He had to ensure his safety along the way, and he had to make connections. No wonder he was so arrogant when he first met him. He had the capital to be arrogant. I barely make ends meet. Li Dongzhu hasn't tried it before. Why did you ask for so much all of a sudden? Yu Huai lifted his skirt and expressed his doubts. I've seen it in a medical book. Li Yi gave a reason. Is it medicine? Yu Huai's eyes lit up. All food is medicine. But for this radish, I call it a carrot. It's not wrong to say that it's medicine. Children have rotten mouths. If you eat more carrots, they won't rot. There's also night blindness. It's called sparrow blindness. Eating carrots can also improve it. Li Yi said what he wanted to say. As for the other aspects of carrots, he couldn't show them at the moment, so he didn't mention it. When it came to medicine, Li Yi smiled and said, Shopkeeper Yu has helped me a lot. When I wrote the medical book, I didn't write the carrots because I haven't seen them before. Now that Shopkeeper Yu has brought them back, you can write them down in the medical book and add them to the common people. Li Yi praised Yu Huai. He still hoped that he would get more good things from Tubo in the future. Otherwise, why would he buy the carrots for 500 kilograms? 1,000 gold market horse bones. Yu Huai's face turned red. He didn't expect that he could do good things for the common people. Li Dongzhu, you treat me so nimble. I can drink wine. I'll prepare some wine as an apology. Yu Huai was happy. Not only did he get his money back, but he also did something big. Shopkeeper Yu, you don't have to be like this. If there are any good things in the future, remember this, Zhuangzi. Li Yi shook his head gently. The carrots were here. They weighed 1,000 caddies. If they were planted in the greenhouse, they could eat a lot of them first. No. You must make amends. Yu Huai insisted. Now he could not enter Pyongkong Square. If he could not enter while recuperating, then he could not enter. Even if he recovered, he still could not enter. What should he do? The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Li Yi invited the other into the courtyard to inquire about Tubo. Yu Huai was also willing to talk about the customs of the western regions. While they were talking, it was almost noon when the carrot delivery team returned. 3 carriages carrying 1,000 caddies of carrots, covered with tarps to keep them warm. Songda found someone to weigh it. It was a little more than 500 kilograms. The other box was not counted. Shopkeeper you, I'll make carrots for you. Li Yi wanted to cook personally. He chose a few carrots and cut off the top section. He even used a bamboo knife to make it so that the metal would not oxidize and hurt the top section. He cut the carrots into pieces, dipped them in oil, and put them into a casserole with yam and lamb belly to continue cooking. He cut them into slices and stir-fried them with black fungus and egg. He shredded them and mixed them with dried cucumber strips and sesame paste to make a cold dish. These 3 carrot dishes were placed in the cafeteria for Yu Huai to taste. It's delicious. Li Dongzhu's cooking skills are not inferior to his medical skills. This carrots, cooked noodles, raw crispy, mixed with sesame paste starch jelly have a different taste. Yu Huai praised as he ate. At the same time, he noted that he knew how to slice, stir-fry, shred, and mix. As for stewing, he knew how to do it. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He was not modest at all. He was indeed better than the cooks of the Tang dynasty. The two chatted happily. After the meal, Li Yi sent Yu Huai out of Zhuangzi. He turned around and shouted, "Quick, let me choose all the carrots. Take out the rotten ones and put the shriveled ones aside." He was anxious because the carrots were clean and there was no mud on them. Why did they have to be washed? It would not be easy to preserve them. Eat carrots for the next 2 days. Cut off the head and use a bamboo knife. Don't spoil it. I want to plant it. Li Yi instructed. The farmers were busy. These carrots were good stuff that cost 5 grams per caddy. Slice them and send them to the oven to dry. They can still be eaten after soaking. Soak the cut carrots in water first. Don't rush to oil them, Li Yi said. He put the cut-off head into a pottery basin. The water in the vat in the house was not so cold. He poured a little in, but it did not go over the top of the carrots. Then he asked someone to distill the humus. He let the distilled liquid cool and added it to the pottery basin. The others followed suit. They had never planted carrots like this. After working for more than 4 hours, all the carrots were processed. Very good. Buds will sprout in 2 days. Send them to the greenhouse to plant them. As for those with buds, plant them in the greenhouse now. Li Yi was satisfied. What he needed to do next was to wait. He would wait for about a year. If there was enough nutrition, he could plant them a month earlier. What he wanted was seeds, not food. It would not take so long to plant them. On the other side, Yu Huai went back and began to organize his carrots. When he gave them to people, he would tell them that it was medicine and not ordinary. At the same time, he also announced that he had a good relationship with Li Yi and Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu had cured his gonorrhea, and they ate together. He said this to Pyongkong Square and also to Chang. The last day of November, Li Longji brought Empress Wang over. He asked Li Yi to check the child first. "Brother Yi, I heard that you bought carrots for 5 grams per caddy?" Li Longji asked casually when he saw carrots during the meal. It's a new kind of crop. Like other carrots, they can keep seeds but can't be eaten. If they are eaten, they can't be planted. So carrots are more expensive than cabbages. Li Yi introduced the growth cycle of carrots. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "There are no seeded carrots around Chang'an. They can't survive the winter." "Yes, they can't. They can only live in places that are not cold in winter. But I have a greenhouse to plant carrots. Next year, there will be a lot of seeds. In spring or summer, I will sell them to people to plant. The South needs to cultivate the seeds. I don't know if the agriculture temple has learned to build greenhouses. There will be a lot of vegetables in winter. People won't get sick, especially diseases caused by vitamin deficiency." Li Yi's attitude was not good when he mentioned the agriculture temple. In his opinion, there should have been officials from the agriculture temple who came to ask him about this matter. He was also willing to answer, "Yes." Li Longji was sure that the carrots he signed and allocated were planted together with the Sixley village and the hot spring vegetables. But he thought of a question. "Brother Yi, how did you plant them without seeds?" "Water seedlings and soilless seedlings. When they grow buds, they can be planted. In fact, if I don't find it troublesome, I can take something from the bottom of the carrot's leaves and cultivate them into complete carrots. Li Yi was full of confidence when he said this. He had a petri dish, and he could get the culture fluid if he wanted. Li Longji felt that he was used to Brother Yi's ability, but he was still surprised when he heard it. Brother Yi can do this. Next year, I will teach students other classes besides mathematics. I will teach them the method of finding the roots of all things. In a few years, there will be a lot of talents. Li Yi said with deep eyes. Chapter 133. Empress Wang was nibbling on a piece of carrot when she heard Li Yi's words. She quickly chewed and swallowed before asking, "The method of finding the root of all living things?" "Examine objects." Li Yi replied with 2 words. "Oh, uncle, you're talking about the lateness of objects." Empress Wang finally understood. "Of course." Li Yi nodded. "What are they?" Empress Wang was still curious. The sun and the moon alternate, the stars rotate, the 4 seasons change. The river flows to the east, the wind blows, the water rises, the clouds gather and disperse. Li Yi gave a general explanation. "Are there any policies to benefit the people?" Li Longji felt that the sun, the moon, and the stars were too big and wanted to know about the small aspects. The fields are rich in grain. The merchants are prosperous, traveling 1,000 li in a day, traveling 1,000 li in a carriage, treating people and ruling the country, becoming a jinshi. Then, uncle, you have to choose the right people and don't let bad people learn the skills. Empress Wang expressed that she believed that her uncle had this ability. Li Longji also believed it. At the very least, Li Yi had managed to do it. There was no need to talk about doing business, but he was a divine doctor. As for running a country, it was clear just by looking at the thousands of people in the manor. The only thing left was to travel 1,000 miles in a day by boat. This, it should be possible, but he had to wait for Li Yi to find the time to do it. That way, it would save him a lot of trouble. Therefore, he agreed. Yes, choosing the right people is important. That's right. Li Yi agreed. Can we find people from the Imperial College? Empress Wang suggested. Li Yi refused. Don't look for the Imperial College. The 42 people who are willing to do things will be the priority. Okay. Li Longji felt that the 42 students who were waiting to take the exam would do. They were hardworking and serious in their work. After their families came over, they had specially sent people to investigate, and their backgrounds were clean. As for why they did not pass the exam, it was because they did not have enough literary talent. If Brother Yi wanted to teach them literary talent, it would be easy. Do you still have carrots? I want to take them back and cook them in earthly paradise. Empress Wang liked to eat carrots. Li Yi didn't feel much about this. He always felt that raw carrots were delicious. The taste and texture of cooked carrots were bad, although he always ate cooked ones. Yes, but the raw ones are gone. If they are not washed, they can be stored for a winter. Li Yi said helplessly. You Huaid, why are you so hardworking? Li Longji sat there, rolling his eyes. He knew that Yu Huaid was still alive, so... On the first day of December, after receiving the order, Pei Yaoqing went out and led the team to a house in Qinren Lane in the southwest of the East Market. The Yamen runner knocked on the door. Is shopkeeper you here? This county's Ming Fu has arrived. Yu Huaid ran out in a dress. When he saw Pei Yaoqing, he had a deep impression of him and hurriedly opened the door. The Ming residents actually came in person. I suddenly feel that, let's talk inside. It's cold under the skirt. Pei Yaoqing had some understanding of Yu Huaid's situation. Thank you for the Ming residents' understanding. Yu Huaid showed a grateful expression. When the group entered, Yu Huaid invited Pei Yaoqing to take a seat. He tidied his dress and sat beside him. Pei Yaoqing looked at him and wanted to laugh. He came back with great ambitions, but in the end he bumped into Li Yi and Zhuangzi and got a big bump on his head. Is the Ming residence here because of the ice sculpture? Yu Huaid spoke first. Ice sculpture is a small matter. I heard that shopkeeper you has carrots? Pei Yaoqing went straight to the point. Yes, I have some. Yu Huaid understood. To be able to say the words carrots, Li Yi must have told him. How much do you have? Pei Yaoqing asked again. Yu Huaid hesitated. Someone in the palace wants it. 5 carrots per caddy. Who do you want to give it to? Why don't you entertain them at Pyongkong Square another day? I will go. Pei Yaoqing told him not to worry about not having anything. He was just going to help him get to know some people. It's free. Yu Huaid shook his head. He felt that the whole room was bright and sunny. When someone in the palace forcefully takes your things. 5 carrots per caddy. Pei Yaoqing insisted on paying. After all, he wasn't the one paying. There's less than 300 caddies left. No, it's more than 200 caddies. Let's count it as 200 caddies. Yu Huaid chose to earn less. He turned around and said to his subordinates, Go, wash all the remaining carrots and give them to, wait. Pei Yaoqing hurriedly stopped them and said sternly, They can't be washed. Bring the mud and send them over. This was a deliberate order from the yellow door, and it wasn't just one sentence. Thus, Pei Yaoqing left with more than 260 caddies of unwashed carrots. He gave Yu Huaid an additional 5 ice lanterns. At noon that day, Empress Wang was in the palace watching someone use a bamboo knife to cut carrots. She was at the side giving instructions. Li Longji was also there. Leave more than half an inch. Cut 20 carrots and send them to the heavenly earth. Bring them back. Basin, not copper basin, pottery. Put 20 carrots in it and add water. If there's more, pour it out. She looked like an expert. She had just learned how to do it in the cultivation room yesterday. She also asked for a lot of distilled nutrient solution. There was no special equipment in the palace for distilling humus. The smell during the distilling process was unpleasant. This is so strange. Change the water and soak it for a few days. It will grow green buds. Then put it in the soil. Carrots will grow under it. Empress Wang had never encountered such an operation. According to her idea, the carrots would grow out, cut them, and eat them. Then she would put them in the soil, grow them again, cut them again. Every day, she would cut some carrots and plant them. In the end, she would have carrots to eat every day. Li Longji stood at the side and watched. He was thinking about Li Yi's words. Carrots were easier to preserve in winter than big carrots. Then, there was a shortage of vegetables in winter. Eating carrots was very useful. The corners of the mouth would rot and things would be blurred at night. If the soldiers ate carrots and fought with the enemy at night, the enemy would not be able to see clearly at night. It would be advantageous. Every vegetable that could be stored for a long time in the north was worth promoting and planting. My Tang dynasty is different from the past. Li Longji thought and suddenly said, full of confidence, the ice was still being chiseled. Ice sculptures were being made. Many rich families who could not afford to store ice in winter bought meat and sent it to the chiseled people. They asked the chiseled people to help them chisel more ice and bring it home to put in the ice cellar. Those who did not have ice cellars hired people to dig the frozen soil. The chiseled people had formed a one-stop service organization. If anyone wanted to dig an ice cellar, they would dig it and put the ice in it. The money earned would be divided among everyone. The more skilled the chiseled people were, the faster they worked. This winter would be easy. Their shoes, warm leather pants, thick gloves, and tools were given by the yamen. They could take on private jobs as long as they did not delay the yamen's work. Pei Yaoqing knew, but he did not care. In summer, the rich families would have more ice, and the poor people would have better lives. It would be considered a political achievement. At the moment, he was strolling beside the carved ice sculptures. The ice sculptures were covered with a shed made of the worst cloth. During the day, the ice sculptures were covered to prevent dust from falling and to add to the scenery. In the cold weather, the literati and literati were exhaling and studying what to draw and what to write. The students and townspeople who were going to take the exam next year had priority. Didn't they have no way to contribute? Didn't they complain about the rich and those with connections? The opportunity had come. If they wrote well and drew well, they could leave their identity information below. When the time came, they could choose based on it. If they could not even do this, it would be useless to contribute. The most difficult thing is the poem. A student put his hand in front of his mouth and exhaled to warm himself. He said to his friends, "No, the most difficult thing is the painting. My painting is still good. I should write my name first." Another person said, "The boat of friendship was about to capsize." Pei Yao-ching could not stand it anymore. He stood there and said, "Write who's painting and poem. If you can write a policy on ice sculpture, you should have priority." Then he shook his head. These students were stupid. They were not as good as Brother E. If it were Brother E, he would just draw and write at random and then go to the next place. Chapter 134. Ming Residence. Ming Residence. It's actually the Ming Residence. The students immediately became lively and rushed to greet Pei Yao-ching. Pei Yao-ching smiled in response, then looked at the ice sculpture and realized it was a rabbit. He smiled, "Good rabbit. Next year's rabbit, you guys are also very good. Seeing your deep friendship, good. You residents has a poem. A white rabbit, walking east and looking west. Clothes are not as good as new. People are not as good as old." With that, he carried them and continued to walk. The students behind him respectfully sent him off, then turned back to study how to draw and write poems, no longer arguing like before. They understood the meaning of the Ming Residence. Pei Yao-ching looked at a few more places and was dissatisfied. He even heard that they had to pay someone to write for them. Looking at these people, he could not help but think of Li Yi. That day, Li Yi casually said and drew, fishing alone in the cold river, birds flying in the mountains. "I wonder what Brother E is doing now. I've been busy recently and can't find the time to visit." Pei Yao-ching muttered to himself, shook his head, and continued to walk. Li Yi, who was remembered, had just finished the last stroke, and the compendium of Materia Medica was organized. He exercised his wrists, put on his fur coat, and walked out. Outside the hall, the palace maid Tao Hong, who was waiting for orders, was knitting a woolen sweater. Li Yi taught her. He found that the wool of the sheep that he bought for meat had to be shaved and made into felt. There was not enough cotton, so the farmers could only wear fur clothes, which were quite heavy. Pigskin, sheepskin, wearing them out of the manor, they would be able to show off around. Sheepskin was still goat skin with hair. The skin of the sheep was already ripe, so the hair could be shaved and made into felt. Li Yi could not bear to do that. What was the use of felt? Sweaters were better. He washed the wool, removed some of the fat, combed the hair, spun the thread, and began to knit. He used to know how to stitch and used it to practice the dexterity of his fingers. He knitted a large piece, like a sack of chips. But now that he could see pictures, he could look up information from the system and use other needle techniques. He taught the palace maids and eunuchs. Tao Hong was not very familiar with knitting, while Chui Lu and two eunuchs ran out to teach others. "Li Dongzhu, look, I've knitted so much." Tao Hong put down the bamboo needle and thread and showed it to Li Yi. "Good. The more I use this method, the more proficient I'll be at it. Knitting and chatting can be done at the same time. The knitted sweater can be worn to keep warm, but it can't be worn close to the skin. It'll itch." Li Yi praised and talked about the drawbacks of the sweater. "It's still better than the hemp ones." Tao Hong didn't feel that the clothes were prickly. Weren't there still people who wore hemp clothes? "Yes, it's better than hemp. When you go back after your break, ask the people in the palace to go to the eastern and western markets to buy wool. It would be a pity to turn it into a felt." Li Yi came up with an idea. The bad wool could be used to make blankets, and the good wool could be used to make clothes. The fine wool of tubo was made into woolen cloth, but woolen cloth was woven according to the method of weaving. He had some in Zhuangzi. The last time Tubo came to deliver the alliance letter in exchange for soy sauce, he had given it to him as money. Yes. Tao Hong put down her things and stood up. She knew that Li Yi was going outside, so she had to follow him. She also took the medicine box with her. Li Yi saw that Tao Hong's medicine box was heavy. After thinking for a while, he walked out and went straight to the workshop. When he reached the workshop, he found a craftsman. Master Tang, I'll draw a picture for you. You can make it. As he spoke, he took a piece of paper, a ruler, and a charcoal pencil to draw a picture. Soon, he drew a picture of a drawer and passed it to Master Tang. This is simple. It's just a piece of copper. The cylinder is telescopic. The wheels and axles are also made of copper. Altogether, it should weigh about 8 to 9 caddies. He could tell what it was used for at a glance. First, he talked about the weight. No matter, it's better than carrying it on my back. Li Yi said. The roads in Zhuangzi were good, so he dragged it and walked. When he reached the outside, he sat on his four-wheeled carriage. Master Tang looked for people, and everyone worked together to compare the sizes of the different parts. Li Yi smiled as he looked at them. The craftsman in Zhuangzi had a standard size and wouldn't make it blindly. Half an hour later, the group of people finished making the drawer and assembled it. They even oiled the parts where the drawer was rubbed. Li Yi took Tao Hong's first aid kit and placed it on the drawer. He then tied it with a rope made from the inner skin of a football. Try it. Pull it. Tao Hong took it and pulled it 2 steps. She nodded. It's easy. Let's go and take a look at the riverside. Li Yi was satisfied. He turned around and walked out. He didn't carry the drawer, nor was he responsible for pulling it. He knew that if he did that, the palace maids and eunuchs would be disappointed. Tao Hong smiled, revealing 2 dimples. She followed behind him as she pulled the drawer. There was no choice. This was the workmanship. The craftsman waited for them to leave. Master Tang called out, Quick, make a few more. Who knows when Dong Zhu will need them again? The group of people continued to work. By the Ba River, more people were chiseling ice. Li Yi stood there and watched. The people working had nothing to do with Zhuangzi. They were hired by the Zhang family village. The ice wasn't used by Zhuangzi either. The Zhang family village had already dug the ice cellar in the village. Last year, they made money by selling toads. Now, they were planning to see if they could make money by selling ice next summer. At the same time, the villagers could enjoy it. The village gave them 30% higher wages than Chang'an City. They built a few small huts and made stoves. On the stove, there was a big iron pot stewing pork bones and big slices of fatty meat. Next to it was a stack of pottery bowls. They used a big pottery jar to cut the pickled vegetables into shreds and soak them in water. Then they squeezed the water into balls and threw them into the pot. The people working came over to scoop a bowl to eat. Basically, it was just pickled vegetables. The fatty meat had been boiled away. Dried coriander and chopped green onions were thrown into the bowls. The people working said it was comfortable to drink. Dong Zhu, they're learning from our Zhuangzi. Tao Hong saw it and said to Li Yi, They are learning well. Li Yi was satisfied. It showed that the people in the Zhang family village did have savings. At the same time, they were not so stingy with others, because Zhuangzi had once given the villagers very good working conditions. The villagers were learning. Educating the people was not only about telling them what to do, but also about how to fight. If they couldn't do it, why should they ask the people to do it? Let's go and taste their soup. Li Yi smelled the pickled vegetables and wanted to eat. It's definitely not as good as our Zhuangzi's. Tao Hong was now a little fangirl. Everything about Zhuangzi was good. Dong Zhu. Dong Zhu. Dong Zhu. When the people in the Zhang family village saw Li Yi, they greeted him one after another. After that, they continued to work. Li Yi nodded in response. He was glad that Zhang Zhao's desire for power was not so strong. Otherwise, he would have to fight. The villagers of the Zhang family didn't add his surname when they called him, which meant that they treated him as their backbone. He took the spoon and bowl and scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup with some pickled vegetables. He turned around and handed them to Tao Hong. He took another bowl and then filled it for himself. He blew on it and drank a mouthful. Then he smacked his lips and said, "What do you lack?" "I didn't put star anise. It lacks the taste of seasoning water." Tao Hong drank a mouthful and immediately gave the answer. "Yes, it also lacks the ginger slices. However, there is no lack of salt." Li Yi also tasted it. Star anise and ginger are not as expensive as our zhuangzi. Tao Hong was proud again. The other thing is that the pickled vegetables are always fresh and the cooking time is short. After Li Yi finished speaking, he drank the soup and went out to take a look. The people guarding the shed hurriedly ran out and reported. Not long after, the villagers carried 2 big pots over. There was no need to think about the star anise and ginger, but they could cook it for a while. Chapter 135. Ha. 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 Ah. Ah. Open. Ah. There was a leader on the ice. The others stood in a row, one holding the drill and the other holding the hammer. The leader carefully observed the large piece of ice and adjusted the rhythm. The others followed his rhythm and dropped the hammer. When the last sound of "open" was heard, the person holding the hammer immediately retreated, and the person holding the drill slanted back at the same time to press the wood. With a cracking sound, a large piece of ice separated from the other pieces of ice. The people standing behind watched nervously. They were responsible for pulling the rope. If someone fell, they had to quickly pull them up. However, the ice was slippery and the friction between the shoes and the ice was small. As soon as they moved, they slipped. On the other side, the ice that was cut open by the joint efforts of the crowd was pulled by ropes. The gourds moved along the ice and moved ashore. Dong Zhu. Tao Hong saw that the people on the ice were unstable and suddenly thought of a good idea. At least she thought it was good. Dong Zhu first cut a shallow hole in the ice. "If you stand on it, won't it not be slippery?" she said excitedly. "Good idea." Li Yi praised first. When Tao Hong smiled with dimples, Li Yi said, But the ice is very flat. If the hole is small, the area of contact with the ice will be smaller. If the hole is big, you will directly sprain your ankle. Also, cutting ice can't prevent water from splashing on the ice, unless you sprinkle sand on it, otherwise. Come, let's go into the shed. I'll draw 2 things. As Li Yi spoke, he suddenly thought of something and turned around with Tao Hong. After entering the shed, Tao Hong opened the first aid kit. There was a separate compartment next to it. There was paper, a charcoal pen, a compass, a ruler, and other small tools inside. Li Yi drew a picture of an insole. Then he drew a few triangles around the insole and drew a 3-dimensional picture. The triangles on the insole were folded downwards, and the insole was changed into an oval shape. There were holes on it, and a rope was inserted into the holes. After drawing this, Li looked around. Tao Hong picked up 2 pieces of paper and handed them to the Zhang family villager, who was in charge of scooping the soup. Find someone to send the things Dong Zhu drew to the workshop. Tell them to quickly make a few. The old woman who scooped the soup did not say anything. She took the paper out and shouted. Some villagers ran over, took the paper and ran away. When the blacksmiths in the workshop saw the blueprints, they called a few people over. After a short discussion, they found the thin metal plates that they had prepared beforehand and started working. Heat it up in the stove, cut out the shape and chisel the holes. He then used the pliers to adjust the angle. With 2 or 3 strikes of the hammer, a triangle was broken. There were a total of 6 small triangles. After smashing them, they were thrown into the water to quench. After a while, it turned cold. More than a dozen things were brought to the riverside. Li Yi put down his pen and said to the people of Zhang family village, "Bring it over with a rope. Step on the flat ground with the toes facing down and tie the shoes with the rope." Soon, someone tried it out and cheers were heard. "It's so useful. It's not slippery at all." I'm not afraid of slipping away anymore. Who did it? Good skill. Li Yi lowered his head and continued to draw. This was more difficult. He was drawing an ice drill, which was usually used for fishing. It could drill a hole in 1 meter thick ice in less than a minute. It had its own battery and was convenient. It was a spiral shape with a sharp point at the head. There was no electric drive at the moment, but it could be done by using gears and shafts. He placed it on a wooden frame and fixed it. Like a threshing machine, he stepped on it and turned it. It needed to consume iron and could only be cast. It was very difficult to get a blacksmith to smash it out. The strength of cast iron is not good enough, but it is harder than ice. It can be drilled. Li Yi was very satisfied with his design. If it was fishing or winter hunting, it was enough to use a drill to drill the ice. However, now it was necessary to continuously extract ice. The more frequently an ice drill was used, the more valuable it was. Tao Hong, who was standing at the door and looking out, had been smiling. When she heard the people working on the ice say that the shoes were good, she felt honored. Dongzhu, it's useful. The people of Zhang family village ran over to report. Ask the workshop to make more, Li Yi said. But there is a lot of iron. The villager hesitated. It's not like we will throw it away after using it. It's still iron. Li Yi glanced at the villager. The villager ran away. Li Yi continued to draw. The spiral drawing speed was very slow. When he finished, he went back directly. He handed it to the blacksmith. Make the mold first, then pour the molten iron. Pay attention to safety. The craftsmen gathered again to look at the drawings and talk. Let's also make ice sculptures in Zhuangzi. They can become ice lanterns at night. Otherwise, there are ice sculptures in Chang, and everyone can't go to see them. Li Yi thought that with good equipment, Zhuangzi should be lively. Yes. Tao Hong expressed her support. Find craftsmen from outside to make ice sculptures. Li Yi saw that his proposal was approved by everyone and made a decision. There are craftsmen in Zhuangzi. Find craftsmen outside. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi. Tao Hong objected this time. She represented half of the people in the meeting. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi can have some fun. They should mainly focus on other work and learn how to read and draw drawings. Li Yi used his vote to make the final decision and insisted on it. Okay. Tao Hong lowered her head and muttered while rubbing the ground with her toes. On the 3rd of December, the news that the Li family in Zhuangzi was recruiting craftsmen at a high price by the Ba River in the east of the city had spread in Chang, and some craftsmen went there yesterday and discussed it with Zhuangzi. When they came back, more people were tempted. How can Li Yi do this? There are not many craftsmen in the city, but he still offers double the price. County Premier Fan Ai was angry and complained to Pei Yaoqing. What do you want? Pei Yaoqing looked at Fan Ai and asked. I will reason with him. Fan Ai wanted to say something fierce, but he knew it was useless. He didn't know that His Majesty always went to Zhuangzi, but he knew Li Yi's good reputation in Chang, and especially in Pyeongkong Square. Yulan, don't worry. There are enough craftsmen in the city. It's only because the selection is too strict that we feel there is a shortage. Pei Yaoqing said to Fan Ai slowly. Yulan was Fan Ai's courtesy name. It was taken from a line in Li Sa, Hufu Ai wants she, so Yulan cannot be admired. Fan Ai's family had an official. The meaning of his courtesy name was to tell him not to impose his likes and dislikes on others. At the same time, Pei Yaoqing told him the reason why there was a shortage of craftsmen. The craftsmen had to be selected first, so a lot of craftsmen who could carve were eliminated. If the requirements were relaxed, there would naturally be more craftsmen working. Huanji, since it's like this, why don't we send other craftsmen to Li Yi? Fan Ai thought he had a good idea. The craftsmen who are selected will get twice the salary of the selected craftsmen. How can the selected craftsmen agree? Pei Yaoqing asked with a smile. Then what should we do? Fan AI looked like he was about to scratch his ears and cheeks, pacing in circles. The matter ended in Liyi's village, so it should be solved in Liyi's village. Let's go to Zhuangzi and have a look. Pei Yaoqing gave a solution. In fact, he didn't know what to do, but he knew who could do it. Let's go, Huanji. You and I should go now, Fan AI urged. He thought of something and smiled. I heard that if Liyi goes to Zhuangzi, they don't need money to eat. They can eat on the 3rd floor of the earthly paradise, he said. No, ordinary people can only eat a bowl of noodles at most. Only officials and people who are slightly rich can eat at will. Pei Yaoqing told the truth. Liyi is such a person? Fan AI curled his lips. At least he gives a bowl of noodles to eat. He won't let people starve to death. Yulan. Pei Yaoqing deliberately called Fan AI's name again. Did he mean that she forgot the meaning of her name and her name? Who can go to your house casually? You give them a bowl of noodles after they go in? Chapter 136. Fan AI and Pei Yaoqing sat opposite each other in the carriage that was heading towards Liyi and Zhuangzi. The carriage belonged to Pei Yaoqing. Fan AI's position was too low, so he didn't have it. Pei Yaoqing brewed the green tea that Liyi gave him. Fan AI drank it a few times and asked Pei Yaoqing for some. He was used to drinking fermented tea, so he found that drinking this kind of tea was not uncomfortable at all. He quickly adapted to it. When spring comes, I will also ask someone to buy freshly picked tea. Huanji, help me send it over and make it like this. Fan AI thought of a good idea. Pei Yaoqing picked up the teacup. It depends on whether Liyi agrees or not. Maybe in spring, Liyi will also collect a lot of tea. All the good things are with him. Fan AI muttered gloomily. Pei Yaoqing smiled but didn't say anything. He knew the bitterness in his heart. There were many things that Fan AI wanted to do well, but he couldn't find a good way to do it. As a result, before the government decree started, it was already over. Since he knew about the situation at Liyi's place, he was even sadder. Dongzhu, a young man who only owned 1,000 acres of land, could always give the imperial court things that were beneficial to the people. Comparing people with people. Huanji, what do you think is the situation at the Bar River of Liyi and Zhuangzi? I think it's not as lively as getting ice in the city. Maybe there are children working with them. It's so bitter. Fan AI suddenly talked about the scene where Liyi and Zhuangzi were working. It was his imagination. A group of people were digging the ice there. There were not enough people, so the children had to help pull the rope. But as Dongzhu, Li didn't listen to them. He even beat and scolded the people who were slow. Pei Yaoqing listened and looked at his colleague with a surprised look. He thought, why do you have such a dream? Pei Yaoqing knew that the children would never work. They would definitely study in the school. If they were faster, they could catch up with the children when they were eating. They didn't know if they would eat marijuana flowers, toast, or pancakes today. There was no stove in the school for heating. Maybe the windows would be opened for ventilation, because there was a heater. You're a person who uses the stove that Liyi created to heat your house, yet you're complaining for someone who uses a heater? The distance from the Chang and County Yamen all the way to Liyi's Zhuangzi was more than 10 li, which was not far at all. As the two of them chatted, the teacups were refilled and the tea arrived. When the car arrived at Zhuangzi's side of the Baishui Bridge, the two people got off. Then, Fan AI's breathing quickened and her face turned red. She stole a glance at Pei Yaoqing and only felt relieved when she saw that he wasn't looking at her. Wooden brackets were erected on the shore and ropes were tied to them. The wooden frame that looked like a grindstone with a sail was rotating, and the other end was connected to a gourd. Amidst the rustling sounds, there was no need for anyone to pull the hand gourd. The windmill completed the set of work. Cows and horses went into action, pulling flatbed carts to deliver the blocks of ice to the Zhang family's village and Zhuangzi. The people working on the ice seemed to have something under their feet. They walked steadily on the ice. More than a dozen wooden frames were placed on the ice, and there were people stepping on them. When the frames were moved away, fish actually jumped out from the place where they had just been. The frame was moved to the next position and stepped on. A moment later, another hole appeared in the ice. There was also a small frame with a drill in the middle. The person who turned the hammer smashed it with a slogan. No one held the drill. Pei Yaoqing was not in the mood to laugh at his colleagues. He was already dumbfounded. They were both chiseling and extracting ice. Why was there such a big difference between the other places in Zhuangzi's, Baishuai, and Zhuangzi's? Even if there were 5 times as many people in other places, they still couldn't keep up with the speed here. Zhuangzi's place was really too fast. Was it because Zhuangzi was rich? No. Could it be that the Yamen didn't have money? He saw Steward Song holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Pay attention to safety. Don't be anxious. Don't lean forward when fishing. Who will save you if you fall? The river is still flowing under the ice. If you fall under the ice, you'll be finished. Where's the rope on your body? Tie it up for me. Otherwise, come up now and take your family out of here. Over there, you want to take off your clothes? Even if you're hot, you'd better hold on. After you take off your clothes, come over immediately and get your pay. When you're done, soak in the hot water pool. The clothes inside are for you to change. Don't catch a cold and have to trouble my Dongzhu to treat you." Pei Yaoqing looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, someone was swinging a sledgehammer and wanted to take off his outer clothes. Hearing the shout, he even grinned and waved in Songda's direction. In another place, there was a group of people standing at the boundary between ice and water. They tied ropes and cast a spinning net. When the net was thrown out and pulled back, the fish jumped on the ice and stopped moving. The person who cast the net also tied ropes. After the fish were thrown on the ice and stopped moving, someone behind used a rake to collect them. There was no problem with fishing. It was normal. However, the chiseling in other places didn't catch them because it was messy and easy to get into trouble. On the other hand, Zhuangzi was methodical and arranged everything clearly. He didn't make any mistakes in getting the ice and fish. The fish were transported to the shore. The people of Zhang family's village scraped the scales and removed the internal organs on the spot. Another part of the fish was placed in a wooden trough. Those that could survive were taken out and placed in other troughs to be transported away. Those that couldn't survive continued to be processed. A gust of wind blew, and the strong smell of bone broth entered his nose. Pei Yaoqing touched his stomach and felt hungry. Fan Ai ran to a shed with a head full of shock and looked at the pot. In the pot, there were meat bones boiling. The cooked meat was rolling along with the boiling water. There were also pickled vegetables rolling along with the boiling water. There were dried green onions and dried coriander on the side. A woman was washing the used bowls. Looking at the water that was steaming, it was obviously hot. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many bowls?" "There are not enough bowls." The woman didn't even raise her head. "Isn't 3 to 5 bowls enough?" Fan Ai was still puzzled. "When you eat at home, do you share a bowl with everyone?" The woman asked back. Of course not. Fan Ai understood, but he couldn't figure out what was even more puzzling. Giving the workers meat bone broth as if they were guests? After drinking a bowl, the bowl had to be washed? You wash. What did you use to wash the bowls? Thinking of washing the bowls, Fan Ai looked again. The woman seemed to be washing the bowls with the soap that the women in Pyongkong Square used. "Soap?" Fan Ai exclaimed. "Soap. There's no need to add soap to the bowls. After washing them, there won't be any smell." As the woman spoke, she took the bowls out of a wooden basin and placed them in another basin to wash. You, how do you have so many good utensils?" Fan Ai didn't want to talk about the soap used to wash the bowls and changed the topic. Originally, it wasn't. My Zhang family village hired people to hide ice, just like other places where ice was chiseled. The day before yesterday, when Dongzhu came over and saw someone fall on the ice, He asked people in Zhuangzi to make iron shoes tied with ropes. Later, he wanted to make ice sculptures on Zhuangzi, and my Zhang family village wanted to do it. Dongzhu took out a lot of things. In the future, if you have any problems, you can ask Dongzhu first. With Dongzhu's help, everything will be different. The woman didn't hide anything and explained the situation. Fan AI thought for a moment and said, if Li Yi doesn't participate, everything will be the same. If Li Yi participates, the situation will change immediately? Yes, that's the reason. Oh, as an official, if you want to eat, go to Zhuangzi's cafeteria. I'm afraid the soup here will dirty your mouth. As the woman spoke, she turned her head and saw that Fan AI was wearing an official's uniform. She wasn't afraid. Her words made Fan AI feel that they were thorny. Pei Yaoqing came over and heard this. He asked, does Li drink it? Oh, it's the Ming residence. Dongzhu naturally knows how to drink it. Our village's bone soup is clean. Dongzhu will drink a bowl of it to warm his body when he comes over. The woman smiled. She knew Pei Yaoqing and knew that he was the head of Chang'an. Fan AI was speechless. He felt that he was being ostracized by a village woman. He was so hurt that even 2 bowls of bone soup couldn't heal him. Chapter 137. Give me a bowl of soup. You're sweating, and you're not allowed to take off your clothes. A man with a sledgehammer squeezed in. As he spoke, he picked up a bowl and scooped the soup himself, pretending not to see the 2 people. Uncle Wu, this is the magistrate of Chang'an. He's on good terms with Dongzhu. The woman said with a smile, oh, I thought the officials were coming to bully us. The man with the sledgehammer smiled at Pei Yaoqing embarrassedly. It's okay. I'm glad that we can take care of each other. Pei Yaoqing waved his hand and picked up a bowl. He scooped a spoonful of soup, some mincemeat, and a dozen pickled vegetables. Fan AI was speechless again. He couldn't understand. He was a county magistrate of Chang and a 7th grade official. Wasn't this too much? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. So he also picked up a bowl to drink the soup to comfort his wounded soul. After a mouthful of soup, he was surprised. Huanji, this soup is delicious, he said to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing had already grabbed the spoon and scooped it. It's delicious. It wasn't the same a few days ago. The man with the sledgehammer said, there wasn't as much meat on the bones as there is now. Without the seasoning and ginger, Zhang's village is not as rich as Dongzhu. The woman continued, yes, the day before yesterday, Dongzhu came and said that the pickled vegetable stew time was short. The village took out 2 pots to rotate. When Dongzhu wanted ice, the bone soup was provided by Zhuangzi. Of course, it was different. There was chicken soup, big bone soup, melted fat, seasoning, ginger, and orange peel. It must be different with brother Yi's help. Pei Yaoqing agreed. Li Yi did things thoughtfully. He's rich. Fan AI echoed. He happened to eat a small piece of ginger. Suddenly, he felt so comfortable that his pores opened. Then he asked, how long was it cooked? It was changed every day. The bones without meat were cracked open to see if there was any marrow. If there was, give it to the children. If not, grind it into powder and feed it to the poultry. The woman said that the bone soup rotation problem. Then she whispered, you don't know? If the chicken eats the bones, the eggs it lays are not soft. We don't even throw away the fish bones when we eat fish. Dongzhu says it's called calcium supplements. So that's how it is. Fan AI was the most touched. He also raised a few chickens at home in order to lay and eat eggs. In the end, it turned out to be a soft-shelled egg. The reason was that it had no bones. If you say it out loud, aren't you afraid that Li Yi will be angry? Fan AI was suspicious. The woman couldn't be lying, right? The woman glared at him. Dongzhu said that the more obscure the news is, the faster it spreads. If you tell it to others like it's a secret, it won't be long before everyone knows that it was Dongzhu who spread it. Fan AI stared blankly. He was convinced. He wondered if the Yamen could do the same in the future if it wanted to promote something that would benefit the people. When he made a formal announcement, the people did not listen or believe him. There was no need to rush to spread the news. It quickly spread among the people, saving them a lot of trouble and worry. Pei Yaoqing revealed a smile, in line with Brother Yi's usual behavior. This bowl of soup warms the heart. I wonder where Brother Yi is. Pei Yaoqing put down the bowl and asked. It is indeed heartwarming, Fan Ai admitted. What he drank was not soup, but a peaceful life. It's not noon yet. He should be in the courtyard. I don't know, the woman thought and said. Let's go and find Brother Yi. Pei Yaoqing bent down and put the bowl of soup in the sink with soap water. Fan Ai quickly drank it and put it in the sink as well. The two of them did not take the carriage and led the Yamen runners to the courtyard of Zhuangzi's main house. The Yamen runners kept their knives and sticks, as if they did not want to take them out. They were afraid that Zhuangzi had a crossbow. What if someone misunderstood and shot him to death? The Yamen runners were glad that the Ming residence was on good terms with Zhuangzi's Dongzhu and did not want to deal with the young Dongzhu. Otherwise, if they were sent to arrest him, they would not be able to withstand the resistance of the villagers. It was said that Zhuangzi had good war horses and armor. In other words, Zhuangzi had armored cavalry at the crucial moment. The main roads were so smooth that the cavalry could charge. When they reached the empty space outside the main house, they stopped. A man in a cotton jacket stood in the cold wind. He held a short crossbow and stood motionless. Pei Yaoqing knew that the emperor did not come today. Otherwise, this person would have avoided him. Now, the line could not be easily entered. In fact, it was fine if he went in. The other party knew him. Is Dongzhu in your house? Tell him that Pei Huanji is here to visit, Pei Yaoqing said to the veteran. Dongzhu Chang and County Magistrate Pei Ming is here. The guard did not move and shouted loudly. And me, Chang, and County Magistrate Fan Ai, Fan Yulan, Fan Ai said quickly. The veteran was silent and had no intention of shouting. Fan Ai took a deep breath. A 7th rank official was a county magistrate outside. Why did he have no sense of presence in Zhuangzi? Just as she was thinking, a eunuch came out. The eunuch had a very thin stick in his arm and 2 more in his hands. There was also a cloth that seemed to be unfinished. Both of the eunuch's hands moved. His fingers moved and twirled the thread. Our Dongzhu is busy. Please wait for half an incense. The eunuch said as his fingers moved. The thread around his waist was threaded into a stick and twirled around. At this time, a palace maid ran out. She was not holding anything in her hands and looked. Hien, quickly go in. Don't cause trouble for Dongzhu. He is a county magistrate. The palace maid said, a 7th rank county magistrate. Chong and county has 2. Tao Hong, you are always afraid of trouble. The eunuch said as he turned around. Fan Ai realized that she was being targeted again. Yes, Chong, and county had 2 county magistrates. But how many Chong and county magistrates were there in the world? You people from the palace are so unreasonable. Pei Yaoqing smiled and sighed. Yulan, they are saying this to me. They are blaming me for always bringing officials here. So what if the officials are here? Fan Ai felt wronged. Can't the officials come and take a look? This Zhuangzi is different. Don't be angry with the people from the palace, Pei Yaoqing advised. I know. One of the eunuchs is called He Yen, and the other palace maid is called Tao Hong. Fan Ai said angrily. That is not the case. Sigh. Anyway, don't think about causing trouble for them. You have to think about why a young man from Zhuangzi, Dongzhu would have palace maids and eunuchs waiting on him. Pei Yaoqing said this for the last time. He felt that his colleague was looking for death. He had to consider pulling himself out of this mess. This was not the time to talk about loyalty. Tao Hong listened and did not say a word. After the 2 of them finished speaking, She smiled and said, Ming residents and minor residents, please wait in the courtyard. It is cold outside. Thank you. Pei Yao Qing clasped his hands and walked in. Fan Ai followed behind him unhappily. She knew that Li Yi was powerful, but she did not expect him to be this powerful. When the two of them entered, the two eunuchs and the palace maid did not move. Tao Hong brought in 2 cups of hot orange juice. She said, seeing that it is noon, the Ming residents and minor residents must not be full, so there is no tea. If the tea is accompanied by snacks, you will not be able to eat later. Tao Hong's words made Fan Ai take it seriously. Drinking tea with an empty stomach was bullying the guests. But when she thought about how it was changed to juice and not snacks, this was amazing. At this time, Li Yi had finished his work. Just now, he had applied pressure to stop the bleeding after suturing the cadaver. Normally, a living person would need to apply pressure for about 15 minutes. He followed the procedure and applied pressure, even though the cadaver did not bleed. When he heard the bell, he ignored it. If it was a patient who had just undergone surgery, would he throw it out? When it was time, he released his hand and put the cadaver back. He took off his clothes and washed his hands. He felt that he had learned a lot. Chapter 138. Seeing Pei Yao Qing, Li Yi was not surprised at all. He smiled and asked Ming residents, Brother Yi, how have you been? Pei Yao Qing replied. Li Yi understood and said, Brother Pei has some free time today. It's almost noon. Let's talk while we eat. Good. Pei Yao Qing smiled and nodded. He then introduced his colleague. This is Minister Fan. It's Minister Fan. Sorry for the inconvenience. Li Yi clasped his hands. Fan Ai was still thinking about the series of events that had just happened. He paused for a while before he reacted. You are indeed an impressive young man. Minister Fan, you flatter me, Li Yi said modestly. He did not know why Pei Yao Qing brought a minister here. He had heard of Fan Ai's name. Shopkeeper Yu had invited Fan Ai to Pyong Kong Square to play. The group then abandoned the shopkeeper and ran away. The next morning, Shopkeeper Yu collapsed and was sent to Zhuangzi for emergency treatment. This was the first time Fan Ai had seen the legendary young man Dong Zhu. He thought about all the stories he had heard and looked at him carefully. This young man looked delicate and pretty, but did not give off a weak feeling. His clear eyes carried a kind of indifference, as if nothing could confuse him. Brother Yi, what are we eating today? Pei Yao Qing did not want to keep standing. Pig slaughter dish. Li Yi said 3 words. It was indeed pig slaughter dish. To entertain the workers, they killed a few extra pigs. There was also a lot of blood sausages. They could ask the yamen to help them eat. The group of people went to the canteen. The yamen runners were familiar with it. They heard that there was pig slaughter dish and found the place by smelling it. The few of them had a small pot and some garlic sauce. They relaxed and ate. Brother Yi, if I didn't come today, I wouldn't know that you had made a new item. In the future, if you have something useful like this, you must take the initiative to bring it out. Pei Yao Qing said with a grumbling look. Li Yi thought for a while and nodded. To prevent slippage, more people should know about it. But the tools used to drill ice are of better quality. I'm afraid it can't be promoted. Don't be afraid. We'll still make ice lanterns next year. Moreover, the rich families have stored a lot of ice this year. Next year's summer will be more comfortable, so they'll definitely store more ice in winter. Pei Yao Qing looked at the problem from the perspective of development. Fan Ai, who was standing at the side, was a little anxious. She and the others had come to ask about the craftsmen. How did they end up talking about making things? He coughed and reminded Pei Yao Qing to get to the point. Thus, Pei Yao Qing continued to complain, Little brother Yi, you're making me suffer with this recruitment. Li Yi blinked, as if asking, What are you talking about? What does it have to do with you that I'm looking for someone? Li Dongzhu is like this, Fan Ai explained. Chang's recruitment process is a selection process. Those who are good will be promoted. and those who are not good will be demoted. Li Yi understood after hearing his words. So that was how it was. But the salary you give to the best is too low. Ice sculptors are only paid 5 feet of silk a day. One of the rentals was to make people work for free. If a person didn't go, they would have to hand in 3 feet of silk every day. Usually, when hiring people, these 3 feet of silk would be a day's salary. In the middle of winter, looking for someone to carve ice, 5 feet of silk, how can you negotiate the price? I'll take your people away with just 10 feet of silk? I'll even provide food. That's what I want. But I have to solve this problem. Minister of Finance, are the good craftsmen leaving, and the slightly worse ones waiting? Li Yi asked. Yes, a few have already come here. Fan AI was helpless. Easy, raise the price, Li Yi said casually. He picked up a blood sausage, dipped it in the garlic sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sausage's casing had been cooked for a long time. Pei Yaoqing said, if the price is high this year, won't it be impossible to lower it next year? Why should it be lowered? This year, the ice sculptures and lanterns were successful. Those who sponsored the project realized the benefits. Next year, there will be more people who want to pay. Li Yi gave another set of reasons. The ice lanterns were beautiful, and there was no curfew. This was called promoting economic development. Unfortunately, business taxes were not collected. Otherwise, they would earn more. However, it was not bad for the rich to pay and the workers to earn money. In winter, people would come out for a stroll and look at the beautiful ice lanterns. It could ease their mood. Pei Yaoqing and Fan AI looked at each other and felt that it was reasonable, but Brother Yi, pay more. If the experts come here, the city will not have enough time to rush the work. Pei Yaoqing pointed out the crux of the problem. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi already have apprentices. When it comes to carpentry, the apprentices will do the initial processing, and then the craftsmen will take over. Li Yi casually gave a solution. Yes, Huanji, ask the craftsmen who were eliminated before to do the work in front of the ice sculptures. Fan AI's mood instantly improved. Simple, she would go back and do it. Li Yi also felt that it was simple and said, this way we can make more ice sculptures. Deliberately make it rough and reduce the price to those who were hesitant to pay. Fan AI heard and put down her chopsticks. She looked at Li Yi again and secretly thought, this young man is bad. How did you pretend to be so pure? Seeing that you are so good to others and willing to spend money, I thought you were a kind person. Who would have thought that you have so many tricks up your sleeves and deliberately make it rough and cheap? Okay. Pei Yaoqing was tempted. Li Yi continued to add, actually, you don't have to force people to pay. If there are merchants who are not willing to buy ice sculptures, you can give them to them. For free? Pei Yaoqing asked. Yes, for free. If you don't dig out the place for the lanterns, it will look good during the day. If they have the ability to dig out the place for the lanterns, we don't have to care. Our lanterns are mass-produced and cheap. Moreover, candles are better than oil lamps. The candles made in Zhuangzi basically do not emit black smoke. After Li Yi finished speaking, Pei Yaoqing's eyes lit up and Fan AI trembled. Fan AI quickly drank the soup in the pig slaughtered dish to warm herself up. Brother Yi, last time you said that it is not good to use silk as the wick for the candles. What exactly do you use? Pei Yaoqing wanted to know. I can't keep it a secret. Here are the candles. You will know once you open them. In fact, I use reeds and silk as the wick. Li Yi revealed the secret. But what he did not say was that the reeds were straight and then dipped in melted oil layer by layer. It was not a vessel that was placed there, and the oil was poured in before the wick was inserted and cooled. The process was complicated, so the oil would not drip out when the candle was burned. His paraffin wax also did not drip out because there was a layer of plastic on the outside. Without the plastic, the wax would still drip out. Pei Yaoqing did not know the trick. He gave Fan AI a look-see. Li Yi was so kind that he would answer any question. Fan AI was a little confused. He always felt that he could not see through Li Yi. He picked up a piece of pork belly with his chopsticks and dipped it in the soy sauce. He ate it with a satisfied expression. It was delicious and not greasy at all. He smiled and asked Li Yi, "Li Dongzhu, do you want to buy a few ice sculptures next to the main road in the city?" Li Yi raised his head to look at him and smiled. "Sure, can you introduce me to a few places?" "Just kidding." Fan AI quickly refused. He always felt that if he really sold the location, there would be big trouble. "I do want to buy it." Li Yi looked sincere. "I am not selling it," Fan AI said firmly. Chapter 139. Now that Brother Yi's Zhuangzi is here, I don't want to go back. I feel like this is the place I should govern. Pei Yaoqing quickly changed the topic. Fan AI was slightly surprised and agreed. Exactly. Li Yi looked at the two of them and shook his head. He knew what they meant, but he also knew that even if he were to govern a county, he wouldn't be able to do what Zhuangzi was doing now. Brother Pei, Fan Xiaofu, give more people jobs, and reward more people who can increase the production of goods. Only then will the place under your governance slowly improve. Li Yi could only say this for now. After the meal, the two of them admired Zhuangzi's windmill and new way of making ice before leaving with a real ice drill and anti-slip shoes. "Bring it back to me when you're done." Li Yi didn't forget to remind them about the ice drill when he walked them out of Zhuangzi. The carriage and the group didn't respond. Li Yi didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after he shouted, the carriage seemed to speed up. "Brother Yi, Brother Yi!" Li Yi walked back. Before he reached the courtyard, the supervisor of the imperial plantation, Wang Xing, came looking for him. When he saw him, Li Yi directly asked, "Brother Wang, are you going to admire the ice lanterns in the imperial plantation?" "No, the imperial plantation has ice lanterns. Her Majesty won't come and outsiders can't enter. I'm here to buy ice and stock up on ice." Wang Xing pretended to be mysterious as he blinked his eyes. "You're not going to get it from the river?" Li Yi asked. "The ice in the river is not as good as the ice in the well. Also, the ice in the river costs the same amount of money. The price difference is not big. If you buy ice from the well, you can buy it for 10 bowls or 100 bowls." Wang Xing gestured with his hands as he explained the reason. Li Yi understood. It was the same as the industry he had been in before. To treat rhinitis, the patient would be prescribed rhinitis medicine. After the patient saw it, they would go to the pharmacy outside to buy it. The price would not fluctuate much. If the patient wanted to make a powder for chuanqiong tea, the patient would go to the pharmacy outside and ask. They would have to spend money to buy it at the inspection place. The price, on the other hand, Wang Xing's operation was even more perfect. His own Zhuangzi's items had always been good. Using a windmill to pressure the well, using a special box to condense the ice, removing the ice in a de-icing pond, and directly storing it in an ice cellar. Wasn't this set high-end, grand, and high-class? There were all kinds of things in the river, including feces and urine. The well was very clean. "All right, Brother Wang, how much do you want?" Li Yi asked. "How much is it?" Wang Xing asked. Li Yi stretched out 5 fingers and said, 10 fingers per square meter. Hearing Li Yi's numbers and gestures, Wang Xing instantly understood. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment. This Brother Yi, isn't it too much?" "Not much. After all, Brother Wang has to take care of many people." Li Yi smiled and shook his head. He knew that Wang Xing was asking if it was too much for Wang Xing to take half, not that it was too expensive. Wang Xing took the money and had to share it with the people in the imperial plantation. Wang Xing swallowed and said Zhuangzi's wood ear and monkey head mushrooms have been growing less and less recently for some reason. "I'll take some for Brother Yi to see and help you find out what's wrong." "That's good. The last time General Gao came, he said that the taste was bad." I'll use Brother Wang's imperial plantation to ask General Gao to try. Li Yi acted as if he was serious. Wang Xing felt that he was taking too much money, so he wanted to reduce the wood ear and monkey head mushrooms in the imperial plantation. Originally, half of it was given to Li Yi and the other half to the imperial plantation. This time he gave more to Li Yi. Li Yi told Wang Xing that he would help him find a way out. Yang Si-sun wanted to deal with him, but he still had Gao Lisher. When he saw him, he would take his things as a tribute. Thus, Wang Xing happily went back. The two of them had to go through the process. Li Yi muttered, "Everyone wants to benefit. I have Zhuangzi. They listen to me, especially the migrant workers. They are in a difficult time. When their days are better, they will naturally pursue more things. This is the driving force for social development. As an official, it's difficult to balance these interests. A bowl of water can't be balanced just because you say so." After he finished speaking, he returned to the courtyard and picked up the 10 volumes of the Compendium of Materia Medica. He flipped through them and muttered to himself, "But no matter how much one pursues personal interests, one's heart should always be good." The ancient people wrote works that benefited the people, but they didn't make any money. Li Yi weighed the book in his hand. For a moment, he didn't know how heavy the Compendium of Materia Medica was. He couldn't think of what weight to use on one end of the scale. Turning around, he entered the dissection room and continued to study. Pei Yaoqing and Fan Ai hurried back to the Yamen and found the other county officials, Du Yin and Du Fangzheng, who had just returned from pulling in investments. The three of them whispered and unanimously decided not to look for the Imperial Household Supervisor or the Ministry of Works. They would use their own money to build things and find craftsmen. This way, the credit would belong to Li Yi. However, the three of them would take the credit. Li Yi wasn't an official. With money, they could pull in a lot of investments. They had a small treasury. They had the final say and didn't need to ask the Ministry of Revenue for help. The county yamen began to recruit craftsmen in large numbers. The craftsmen who had been eliminated at the beginning were unhappy when they received a notice that they had been rehired. They had to prepare to work and get paid. Before the sky turned dark, a lot of anti-slip shoes were made and distributed. The ice chiselers put them on and said that they were good. Buy 2 pigs and kill them. Tomorrow we will eat pig dishes in the county. Pei Yaoqing, who was praised by the people, asked the 2 county officials, "It's a pity we don't have garlic sauce." Fan Ai looked at Pei Yaoqing and whispered, "Garlic sauce." Du Yin licked his lips and had a look of yearning. In the 12th lunar month, there were a lot of people slaughtering pigs. Naturally, there were also a lot of pig dishes. Simmering pickled cabbage and big white meat slices together. There was nothing more satisfying than dipping them in garlic sauce. Garlic was easy to buy, but soy sauce, if you have a craving for food, you will be elected to the palace. Fan Ai said to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing said helplessly, "I can't buy soy sauce that costs 55 copper coins per caddy." I see that Li Dongzhu has a lot of affection for the Ming residents. Fan Ai advised, "Look at you. You keep calling yourself Brother Yi and Brother Pei. You should get some soy sauce." "That's why I can't ask for it." Pei Yaoqing refused. Sigh. Fan Ai and Du Yin sighed together. Early in the morning of the 4th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Qingqi went to Zhuangzi to look for Li Yi. He also sighed before eating. Li Yi cooperated. "Big brother, what are you worried about?" "We can't use the basketball court this year. You should keep the grass to feed the animals." Li Qingqi used chopsticks to press the deep-fried dough sticks into the goat's milk. "Is it because of the floor heating?" Li Yi pondered. The most difficult part was that the floor heating was not easy to control in winter. If the grass was transplanted, it would be easy to freeze or burn to death. Li Qingqi shook his head. "We didn't get much advertising money. The rich families said that we spent it on the ice lanterns." Li Yi understood. So it's because you can't see the future and don't know the use of advertising for football matches. Yes, Brother E is right. I can't force them to pay. Speaking of this, Li Qingqi was in a bad mood. He wanted to benefit the people. If he used his identity as King Song to make a request, the people would be afraid and pay. They would then resent him. Big brother, don't be anxious. It's easy to handle. You can just kick them first. You can give them an advertisement or a match for free. Let's see whose business is worth giving a favor to. After the match, many people will buy it. If the business is good, others will naturally be willing to pay. Li Yi thought that it was a big deal. His big brother wanted to earn advertising money. He didn't even want to give him a free trial. I'll listen to Brother E. Hurry up and prepare the grass. I will ask someone to come and get it. Li Qingqi was relieved. Chapter 140. After breakfast, Li Qingqi ran away. He wanted to find a shop in Chang and with average business. It couldn't be too good compared to his peers. To find a shop, he had to find someone who had a good relationship with him, or someone who could do him a favor. He had to ask Li Longji. He couldn't ask for favors. He had to see who Li Longji wanted to give benefits to. If Li Yi didn't appear, he didn't care about anything and never got involved in any administrative matters. He played music all day, looked for all kinds of women, and even went to the pear garden to play music and drum with others. He didn't have any power, but he also had power. At least no one dared to provoke him. He gave up the position of crown prince, so Li Longji had to protect him. Whoever provoked him would slap Li Longji in the face. Now it was different. He didn't get involved in politics. He found another door and could do things. There was no court meeting in the capital today. He didn't need to go to Hanyuan Palace or Shangyang Palace. Li Longji directly asked about politics in Xingqing Palace. If an official above the 5th rank had something to do, he had to send a memorial to the minister of his department. No, the minister of state. Then the minister would send someone to send it to the political affairs hall. In the political affairs hall, Prime Minister Yao Chong thought that if he wanted to say something in front of the emperor, he should inform the official in advance. The official had to wait. If the emperor suddenly wanted to see someone and ask, he had to go in quickly. If the minister of each department had something urgent, he didn't need to go to the political affairs hall and directly went to Li Longji. Yao Chong couldn't monopolize the court in this aspect. Even if he didn't show Li Longji the memorial, he had to have a copy. When Yao Chong met Li Longji, he only said a small part of the things that he thought were important and needed to be said face to face. Other memorials that weren't urgent were sent to Li Longji, who would review them. Your Majesty, there is an urgent report. The Turkic Khan Macho has killed Khan Shurshug. Macho is now reorganizing his forces and is afraid that he will invade the borders of the Tang dynasty next year. Yao Chong first talked about the war in foreign countries. 2 groups of people fought each other. One captured the other, and the other survived. After that, he tried to think of a way to take revenge. The younger brother of the person who had caught him got in touch with the person who had been caught. The 2 of them worked together to capture the older brother. Then the younger brother and the older brother were killed together. The one who was killed was Shur Suaga, and the one who killed was Mazip. Neither of them was a good person. Both of them had fought against the Tang dynasty. Shur Suaga had once invaded the border and killed the Tang dynasty's Anqi protectorate's great general Niu Shijiang. After killing him, he even burned down the city. That's not all. Tell Tang Chao to bring me the head of Zongchuk. The Tang dynasty did not give it to them. The other party did not really want Zongchuk's head. They just wanted to make a ruckus after killing Zongchuk. However, Zongchuk was still killed in the end. He colluded with Empress Wei to stir up trouble. Empress Wei's faction was destroyed by Li Longji and then Zongchuk. The reason for this was that when Li Longji's uncle Li Xian was the emperor, he wanted to make Shur Suaga the Jinha commandery prince. Shur Suaga's subordinate Mazip was unhappy and bribed Zongchuk. Zongchuk caused trouble, so Shur Suaga was not given the title. Li Longji's uncle Li Xian did not dare to deal with Zongchuk. In the end, Li Xian was poisoned to death because of his weakness. Li Longji listened to Yao Chong and did not think much of it. People on the same side killed people on the same side. As for Ma Zip's faction growing, that was a matter for next year. Would he be able to attack in the middle of winter? Yao Chong did not say much about this matter. He talked about another matter. Your Majesty, the Eastern Palace is deserted. There are not many officials. Yao Chong told Li Longji that it was time to appoint a crown prince. Li Longji looked at Yao Chong and said, "There is no rush." He was waiting for the Empress's son, and not the second son, Li Xiqian, that he made the crown prince and later killed. If Empress Wang was not pregnant, there was still a month before Li Xiqian became the crown prince. There were already signs of this before, which was why Empress Wang was anxious. Li Longji did not care about the eldest son or the second son. The Empress had a son. When he was born, he wanted to see who would dare to use the fact that the Empress was childless and that the heavens were not in the right position to cause trouble for him. What did it have to do with the heavens? It was just a small problem. He could just take some medicine. Yao Chong did not say much and talked about other matters. He said that if the ice lanterns were used to lift the curfew, security would have to be increased, especially at the palace gates. Yao Qing is very good at reading people. You can make a list to choose the Winter Palace guards. I will personally lead the winged knights to support you. Li Longji asked Yao Chong to do as he saw fit. Who would be in charge of security? You can make a list. However, don't think about the winged knights. I will do it myself. I understand. Yao Chong expressed his submission. Your Majesty, you are amazing. Since the appearance of the 3,000 winged knights in the military parade and the permanent residents in the Forbidden Garden, many generals have been very careful. After the matter was finished, Yao Chong came out. Looking at the sky, he could not tell what time it was. He asked someone, and it was still half an hour away. It was time to eat. Yao Chong thought of the free food in the Political Affairs Hall and suddenly lost his appetite. He dug in his sleeve and took out a membership card. It was the membership card of the Celestial World. Someone gave it to him as a gift. For 1,000, he could go up to the 3rd floor to eat stir-fried food. Recently, it is popular to kill pigs. I have made it at home. It is not delicious. Let's go to the Celestial World. Yao Chong whispered. He called 2 attendants and went to the East Market. When he arrived, he looked up. The revolving restaurant of the Celestial World was still revolving. It was covered by a thin veil and there were heating measures inside, so it was not cold. The 4 female attendants in beautiful clothes standing at the door saw him and immediately saluted. They said in a crisp voice, "Honorable guest, there are seats on the 3rd floor." Good. Yao Chong was satisfied. He felt that he was lucky. Every time he came, he would be able to catch the situation of the private room. He walked in and heard the voice of the female attendant behind him. "Honorable guest, do you have a reservation? The 3rd floor is full." Yao Chong wanted to laugh. Look, there was no room at all. When he went up to the 3rd floor, his smile disappeared. This was because he saw that there were 2 private rooms made of partitions that were empty. He took the membership card from others for free, but he was not an idiot. Maybe only when I am in the Li family Zhuangzi will I feel that I am an ordinary person. Yao Chong sighed softly and sat in the private room by the window. Then he was stunned again. There was a 4-inch wide open space under the screen window, but there was no wind blowing in. He reached out to check the temperature outside. Pa! He touched something. Translucent glass? This. Li Yi has such a good thing. Yao Chong suddenly understood. This was the Celestial World knew that he, the Prime Minister, would occasionally come to eat, so they told Li. Li Yi took out the transparent glass and put it in this position. Only he could sit in this partition. Well, Yao Chong recognized it. By the way, he repositioned Li Yi in his heart. This is a young Dongzhu with many tricks, but still countless secrets. Good ability, good endurance. Yao Chong found that Li Yi had a lot of things that could make more money, but he did not take them out. If the political enemy was like this, he would not dare to easily make a move in the face of it. You did not know how many tricks he had hidden. He felt that in the peaceful and warm Zhuangzi, there was actually a magic that could make people choose between life and death. Chapter 141. What do you want to eat? The maid's voice interrupted Yao Chong's thoughts. He said, "Is there a dish for slaughtering pigs?" What a coincidence! Today's dish for slaughtering pigs is on a special price. It only costs a handful, the maid said with a smile as if she was happy with him. Yao Chong, he didn't want to laugh at all. He didn't believe it. What coincidence! I asked if other guarantees were also coincidental, right? Just the dish for slaughtering pigs. Call your manager here. Yao Chong wanted to find someone to ask. Wait a moment. The maid gave Yao Chong a sweet smile and left. Not long after, Xiaoyan, the big shot in Nankou, came with a plate in person. She put it on the table and removed the earthenware pot for slaughtering pigs. There were also spicy cabbage, cucumber with garlic, sea cabbage with onion slices, and coriander oysters. In addition, there was a bundle of 50-degree liquor and 2 sets of tableware. The maid took the plate away from behind, and Xiaoyan sat down. "Xiaoyan, are you on duty today?" Yao Chong asked. He knew her, not only in Heavenly World, but also in Pyongkong Square. "Yes, it's me," Xiaoyan said as she scooped garlic sauce for Yao Chong. Yao Chong sat up straight. He didn't dare to despise Xiaoyan. He didn't think he could crush her when it came to poetry, essays, scriptures, and books. If it was a competition of zither, song and dance, he would be crushed. Among them, the big shot referred to the drinking game. This kind of big shot led everyone to liven up the atmosphere. "Do you feel wrong to work in Heavenly World?" Yao Chong didn't know why he asked such a question. Xiaoyan bit her lips and rolled her eyes. She looked delicate and charming, and then nodded gently. "When I first came here, it was just like what you said." Her simple movement and voice caused Yao Chong, who was already so old, to feel his heart tremble. Fortunately, Yao Chong knew that this was a normal operation and could not be interpreted in depth. So he naturally followed the conversation and asked, "What about now?" Now he was even more resentful. If only life was like the first time we met. Xiaoyun blinked her eyes and spoke in a low voice, making people feel pity for her. Yao Chong wanted to ask why, but he held himself back. Xiaoyun didn't take it seriously and said, "The Heavenly World is Li Dongzhu's shop. I haven't seen him since he came here that day. It's really easy to say goodbye, but difficult to see again." Yao Chong closed his eyes. Just now, he actually had the impulse to go to the Li family Zhuangzi and drag Li Yi over. It was too scary. Xiaoyun was not so powerful when he saw her in the past. With a single sentence, it was easy to say goodbye, but difficult to meet again. Immediately, he started to think about the future. Flowing water, flowers, spring, and heaven on earth. That was a feeling of using the power of auxiliary words to affect people's mood. This glass, this position, and this pig slaughtering dish at a special price. How can you eat these 4 side dishes in one go? The spicy cabbage can't be found anywhere in the whole Tang dynasty except in the hands of Li Yi. Yao Chong didn't want to be disturbed, so he said in a low voice, "They are all prepared for Boss Yao." When we knew that Boss Yao had a membership card, we immediately sent someone to tell Dongzhu. Dongzhu ordered people to send these, and asked us to try to charge less money from Boss Yao. Xiaoyun held the wine bouquet in one hand and the other hand, whispered to Yao Chong and winked, showing a mischievous look. Did he say why? Yao Chong controlled himself and didn't want to fall into her trap. Xiaoyun poured wine for them and put down the wine bouquet. It's difficult to be in a high position. It's difficult to satisfy people's desires. It's difficult to satisfy people's desires. It's normal to fall into the abyss forever. Dongzhu knows that you came here with a membership card from someone else. He's afraid that you'll ask for more money after the card runs out. You're the Prime Minister's assistant. Who dares to punish you? The more you want, the more you want. Even your family wants it. In the long run, can you still turn back? At that time, you won't know that you're a guest in a dream. Xiaoyun's face was tranquil. She didn't look as charming as before. Her voice was soft, but it was less tender. Her eyes were clear as she looked at Yao Chong quietly. Yao Chong was completely stunned. So that's how it is. Li Yi knew that he could save a seat and reduce the price by taking a membership card from someone else, so that he could afford to eat. In this way, he didn't have to ask for bribes. He could also recharge money for every meal. Even when he needed to recharge money, the special price would be 10 copper coins per meal. Thank you for your advice. Yao Chong raised his hand and made a fist salute. Xiaoyun stood up and returned the salute. She said, "This glass is also specially prepared for you. Through it, you can do righteous things. Through it, you can see the suffering of the people." With that, Xiaoyun picked up the wine cup with both hands. She raised her head and drank it all. Yao Chong hurriedly raised his cup and drank it. The smell of the wine rushed, and he was suddenly out of breath. He took a long breath and slowly exhaled. Then he looked at Xiaoyun and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll find an excuse to punish you?" "I was sold when I was young. I don't know my family and have no worries. If I can persuade you, it's worth it even if I die." Xiaoyun raised her chin and said proudly. Yao Chong was shocked. He wanted to raise his hand. He was afraid that Xiaoyun would jump down after saying that. As a result, Xiaoyun suddenly stuck out her tongue and smiled shyly. "Of course. I still know that His Majesty has a share in heavenly earth and the face of the fifth prince. Boss Yao won't do anything to me." Yao Chong, he pretended to be angry. "What if I do? I'll take revenge for the smallest grievance. Dongzhu isn't. My family's Dongzhu is the Prime Minister. He's magnanimous and wins people over with virtue. Even if Steward Songda is bullied, he won't dare to stand up for him." Xiaoyun said with a smile. Yao Chong suddenly trembled. He admitted that he was more afraid of that young man Dongzhu. That young man was evil and had a black heart. What did she mean by Steward Songda is bullied and didn't dare to stand up for him? What did Steward Liang and the others have experienced? And Steward Yu, even now, still couldn't enter Pyongkong Square. "You girl, why aren't you pouring wine for this old man?" Yao Chong pointed at Xiaoyun and pretended to be angry. "Boss Yao, please forgive me." Xiaoyun poured wine for the two people again. Then she turned sideways and opened the satchel that Li Yi gave her and all the women in heavenly earth. She took out a small wooden box and put it on the table. "Dongzhu Yao, this is what the people in the palace told me to give you when I met you when they came to eat." Xiaoyun pointed at the beautiful wooden box. Yao Chong directly took it and opened it. He leaned back and looked at it carefully. He whispered, "This mirror." He knew that Empress Wang had a lot of mirrors, big and small. They were all given by Li Yi. Li Yi wouldn't give them to anyone else. Xiaoyun held up the cup again. It can be seen that the clothes are upright and the heart is sincere. Looking at the affairs of the palace, there should be no competition since ancient times. When Yao Chong heard this, the hand holding the mirror trembled slightly. He understood that the Empress knew something, so she wanted to stop it. She had arranged a backup plan many days ago. Today, or in the next few days, even if he didn't go to heavenly earth, he would have other opportunities to meet a mirror. This mirror didn't just mean that the clothes were upright and the heart was sincere. Wei Zheng spoke bluntly and was tolerated by Taizong. But after death, and looking at the affairs of the palace, it was talking about the problem of Empress Zhongxuan's tomb that Wei Jing said. Now it seemed that Empress Wang was telling him not to interfere. Be careful not to say too much and end up like Wei Zhang. Yao Chong thought about His Majesty's response to the Crown Prince today. He sighed secretly and put away the mirror. Chapter 142. Boss Yao, the winter this year will be beautiful. Xiaoyan delivered the gifts and quickly changed the topic. She didn't want to participate in this matter, but she knew that she was backed by the palace. As a woman, she was worried about Empress Wang. The eunuchs and palace maids in other palaces would be careful not to talk too much when they came out occasionally. Only the palace maids and eunuchs in Empress Wang's palace were always so happy talking about how to have fun. Yao Chong, who received the mirror, quickly adjusted his mood. He looked out through the horizontal glass window. He saw someone carrying large ice blocks to the opposite side of the street. Many people who looked like craftsmen were discussing there. Then one of the craftsmen seemed to make a decision. The other craftsman nodded. After the craftsman left, other craftsmen carved there. It's really a beautiful ice sculpture, Li Yi. Yao Chong didn't want to mention that person, but he couldn't avoid it. The ice sculpture was asked by Chong, and pay Yao Qing to go there to ask for it. In order to promote economic development and give more people an income in winter. The point was that the imperial court didn't have to pay for it. The rich took it and the poor worked. Neither side suffered losses. The officials of Chang and county got political achievements. No, it was not just political achievements. There was also commission, which was the most important thing. In the past winter, people always died when cutting ice. But this year it didn't happen. The yamen runners watched, tied ropes, and helped to heat soup. The rich people even cooked meat bones in order to find workers to store ice. As for the culprit, he stayed obediently in the manor, acting as if he had nothing to do with it. Boss Yao, eat the blood sausage. The sausage casing of the blood sausage will be tighter and tighter. In the end, it will strangle the blood. Xiaoyan gave Yao Chong a blood sausage. It tasted the best when dipped in garlic sauce. Yao Chong ate one and took a sip of wine. Suddenly he asked, I don't see anyone in front of Heavenly World bringing ice to carve. Dong Zhu said that the ice lanterns of the heavenly earth were made by Zhuangzi, not by them. How can they use ice lanterns for their own business without their own craftsmen carving them? Xiaoyan did not hide anything and told her what Li Yi had said. What a good strategy. Yao Chong was looking at another aspect. Even the people in his own residence were scheming against each other, not to mention Li Yi and Zhuangzi, who had more than 10 times the number of people. However, everyone on Li Yi's Zhuangzi was focused on one thing. Their hearts were tied to one person. Otherwise, why would His Majesty and the Empress be willing to go there? She would be just as comfortable there. How could a young man be so loyal to his master? Even the emperor was poisoned to death. In the 3-character classic written by Li Yi, A Man's Nature is Good. Yes, I am willing to let him take over. Xiaoyan spoke up for Li Yi. Why? Yao Chong wanted to know, and then he would use it at home. He was clear about the various struggles in his family, but he was willing to do so. He felt so balanced, because Dongzhu knows what we are thinking. Many times, Dongzhu helped us think of things that we didn't think of. Xiaoyan said and patted her satchel. There was a small cosmetic box in it, and this bag was like a beautiful ornament no matter if it was held, carried, or slung. Yao Chong followed Xiaoyan's movements and looked at the bag that took out the mirror. He found that this bag looked very simple, but the more he looked at it, the more he wanted to look at it. He always felt that it was quite comfortable. The lines, the layout. He did not know that this was called visual aesthetics. He just looked at it. He even wanted to take it in his hand and look at it carefully. Fortunately, he restrained himself. It was obviously impolite to ask a woman's bag to look at. He was just about to speak when he saw a figure moving in the corner of his eye. Downstairs. He turned his head and saw that those craftsmen had already left, leaving behind an awkward ice. It's not finished. The Chong and token was cheated. Yao Chong said what was on his mind. Boss Yao, their craftsmanship is not good enough. They can't carve the details well and can only make rough blanks. Just now, that skilled craftsman asked them to do it. After a while, that craftsman will come back and carve the rough blanks. This is called dividing the work according to one's ability. It happened in the former Qin dynasty. Books were written in the same language, and cars were on the same track. But now, many craftsmen don't understand. They have to learn from the beginning. Xiaoyun and Yao Chong talked about the origins of what happened downstairs. They talked about the former Qin dynasty. This was why many literati were willing to interact with people like them. They did not dare to look down on them. I saw it a few days ago, but it was not like this. Yao Chong had an impression of it. Those days, only skilled craftsmen were recruited. The others were not selected. On the second day of the 12th lunar month, Dong Zhu wanted to carve ice, and then Xiaoyun didn't say anything else and raised his wine cup for a toast. Yao Chong toasted with Feng Yu and knew what was going on. As long as Li Yi was involved in something, it would be different. The Chong and Token promised Pei Yao Qing that he would come back with a solution after he went to look for Feng Yu. As the two chatted, Yao Chong ate until he was 70% full. He did not want to eat anymore. Li Yi had told him not to eat too much. Xiaoyun packed the remaining dishes carefully and then gave Feng Yu a small jar of soy sauce. "Boss Yao, we don't have enough garlic to make garlic sauce. Please don't be picky." Xiaoyun sent Yao Chong to the door and said, coquettishly, Yao Chong's two classmates had finished the soup pancakes in the restaurant next door. They had been taking turns and were standing outside to watch. When they saw Yao Chong coming out, they went up and took the jar. Yao Chong looked at the jar of soy sauce. He had a lot on his mind. This was Li Yi's instruction. Li Yi did not know that Feng Yu was the old man. Could it be that Li Yi had calculated something and felt that something would happen on Feng Yu's side and warned him? Yao Chong left with a lot on his mind. Xiaoyun pursed her lips and smiled. Dong Zhu said that our ice lantern is better than anyone else's. Li Yi, who was mentioned by the two, was blowing glass in Zhuangzi. The craftsmen were getting more and more skilled. But this time, the glass was blown to make light bulbs. They used the original bamboo charcoal wire and extracted a quasi-vacuum. The whole process was not difficult. The difficult part was how to make the light bulb burn for a longer time. Li Yi's requirement was that the light bulb could burn for 100 hours. If it broke, they could replace it. The power generation was done by manpower. Magnets, copper wires, and where the insulation was needed, there were football innards. There was no need to exchange for anything else. Don't rush. Be careful not to burn yourself. Li Yi instructed from the side. Then the electrical resistors were stuffed in, and the copper wires were connected to the top. The glass was heated and molded. Some of the craftsmen burned the resistors and copper wires, and the glass bulbs cracked. Adjust the process. First, make the glass bulbs and blow them. After blowing, place them on the annealing rack and cool them down gradually. Now they are cracked. When they are placed in ice, the temperature difference will be big and they will break down faster. Li Yi noticed that the situation was not good. Again, he knew that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he bought it for 2 yuan. The glass ashtrays and plates were very beautiful and could be easily broken. There was a missing process. These glassware must be placed in a high-temperature annealing box to cool down slowly. It took a long time and the process was reduced. Normally, the glass would not break down unless there was a change in temperature and temperature. For example, if the sugar cubes were placed in the ashtray and used the ashtray as a catalyst, the ashtray would break down. The craftsmen were serious and excited. They knew there was something good, but they did not know what it was. Li Yi was thinking about how much he could sell these bulbs if he used a flower pot to generate electricity. Chapter 143. Snow drifted gently on the 8th day of the lunar calendar, and the porridge was distributed to Baqiao. Long journey. Rice cakes were served during the New Year. While countless people were busy, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month arrived. The temples of the various squares began to distribute porridge. In fact, there were no poor people who could work to eat it. They were all working. This year was different from the past. As long as they could help, they would definitely earn money. Pei Yaoqing did not continue to send the sick people to Li Yi. He asked the Imperial Physician Bureau to take a look. The county yamen would pay for the medicine. They were so generous and rich. The Imperial Physician Bureau's people had to go out. Li Longji ordered. According to him, not being skilled in medicine was a problem of ability. Not seeing a patient was a problem of attitude. The Imperial Physician Bureau's people were very depressed. How was their medical skills not good? Wasn't it just that they did not treat Shi Er's intestinal blockage? They wanted to go to Li Yi and Zhuangzi to take a look, but they were not allowed to. They could not even learn. Although they were depressed, they still had to go out. There were a few people in the palace who were sick with typhoid, but they did not ask them to treat them. They did not know what medicine they gave them, but they were fine after eating it. However, the imperial physician had to admit that the lively Shi felt better than before she was sick. Hence, when the temples distributed porridge, the people who lived in the same square went to eat a bowl of yellow rice porridge. They smacked their lips and did not taste good. Li Yi and Zhuangzi also had to distribute porridge. They had agreed that once they came up with the idea, the Chang'an would act accordingly and solve the problem. Not many people went hungry. Go to Sorrowful Heaven Square. Drive the carriage there and see who is there. Bring them all here. I made 8 treasures porridge for them to try. Li Yi saw that there was no way there could be no one, so he went to look for people. There was no one who was seriously ill recently. There was a pregnant woman who wanted to give birth, but she could not give birth after a long time. He even planned to cut her open. In the end, when the messenger told the pregnant woman inside, for some unknown reason, the pregnant woman gritted her teeth and the child came out. The entire Zhuangzi area was a few miles away. Divine Doctor, he used a curse. Amazing! Now, everyone looked at Li Yi with an additional sense of fear, as if they were afraid that he would use a curse on someone and make them sick. Songde left with 10 carriages and 20 migrant workers who were physically fit. They entered from the east side through the Tang Huimen. Along the Huanqing South Street, they shouted as they advanced. Along the way, the people on both sides of the road all knew that the mysterious Li family Zhuangzi by the Bar River was going to drag people over to eat porridge. She drank the 8 treasures porridge made with dates, raisins, glutinous rice, chestnuts, fungus, lotus seeds, small beans, and hericium mushrooms. After counting, there were indeed 8 of them. But, is this porridge? Money, right? Steward Song, can I go? A coachman who had followed his boss to Zhuangzi to buy soy sauce heard this and asked loudly, Go. Songde waved his hand. Then I'll get in the car. The other party pretended not to understand. Go away. Songde glared at him. Is it next to the carriage? The man continued to shout. The people around him laughed. The 10 carriages majestically went all the way to Grief Field Square in the west of the city and loaded people into the carriages. Who are you waiting for? I'm Xiao Luji, a doctor of acupuncture from the Imperial Physician Department. This person has an eye disease and his vision is blocked. His liver is burning and he's about to perform the golden needle barrier removal technique. The people from the Imperial Physician Department were treating the patient. When they saw a group of people rushing in like wolves and tigers, they were immediately unhappy. Remove it. After removing it, go eat porridge. Songde had no respect for the Imperial Physician Department. No matter how awesome you are, can you treat intestinal congestion? If you are so awesome, why can't you treat shopkeeper you Huida's gonorrhea? What golden needle barrier removal technique? Who are you trying to scare? Will it be different if you add a golden needle? My Dongzhu can treat it. Songde had never seen Li Yi remove the barrier, but he was confident that Dongzhu could do it. How can this golden needle barrier removal technique be used casually? If something goes wrong, your eyes will be completely blind. Xiao Luji was angry. What do you think this technique is? How can you be blind? Let's go back to Zhuangzi and ask my Dongzhu to treat you. Songde raised his head and looked arrogantly. Who is it? A person next to him asked. Li Dongzhu Hui Yi. Songda reported his name. Li Yi? This. I want to go with you. The leader of the Imperial Physician Department didn't stop them anymore, but asked to go with them. Go by yourself. There's no room in the car. Songda didn't refuse. The sick people were stuffed into the car. Those who were not sick but came back to take care of their families walked with them. The team rushed back. Today, they must eat the 8 treasures porridge. It was snowing lightly outside. It was very cold. Fortunately, there were rich people from the Imperial Physician Department who sent their own cars, so the doctors didn't get cold. When they arrived, Li Yi was instructing people to beat rice cakes instead of steaming them. Steaming was to grind the glutinous rice into a paste and then add other things to steam. To beat rice cakes, the glutinous rice or yellow rice was steamed first and then beaten with a wooden hammer. There was a record in the Chimin Yao Shu, but it said to beat rice with a tool. It was like pounding garlic or medicine. Using a wooden hammer to beat in a wooden basin was not done for the time being. This was the way the Korean people beat rice cakes. Then they would roll a layer of soybeans and fry it to make a crushed bean dough. In this way, it wouldn't stick to the hands. There was also a way to make it stick to the hands by sticking a layer of glutinous rice paper on the outside. Usually, caramel sugar would do this. Li Yi's soft candy had a layer of transparent, edible paper on the outside. It was called glutinous rice paper, and some people also called it glutinous rice paper. Several wooden basins were placed there, and 2 people cooperated to beat the glutinous rice and yellow rice. The children watched, but they didn't shout for food. They usually didn't lack snacks, but now they were just watching the fun. Go to the toy room and play with building blocks. There's a patient here. Li Yi saw the arrival of the motorcade and said to the children. The group of children ran away. There were no classes today and they had 3 days off. The children felt that Dongzhu was the best person. Li Yi went directly to the courtyard. When he came out again, he was wearing a white coat, a white hat, and a mask. Ching Song dragged the first aid kit, and He Yan dragged the first aid kit. If it's a minor illness, stay in the hospital. If it's a serious illness, eat porridge. Li Yi said as he asked someone to send the patient to a specially built house. He followed in. He was in a good mood. If a doctor didn't treat patients, wouldn't he be a theoretical researcher? Your face is swollen and your teeth are hurting. It's caused by your wisdom teeth. I'll help you reduce the inflammation first. When it's no longer swollen, I'll remove the wisdom teeth. It's useless. Li Yi looked at the first patient. The right side of his face was frighteningly swollen, but he was very calm. He turned to the next person. Who treated your calf? The wound is festering badly. Stay in the hospital. I'll do a small surgery for you. There's no fever, so it's fine for the time being. Li Yi was still so calm. It was fine as long as the patient didn't have a fever. This person's left calf was cut, and now the abscess was festering. There was no problem with the artery. Your thumb bone is broken. Is the person who treated it an apprentice? Sorry to trouble you. Stay in the hospital. I'll cut it open, adjust it, and put on a set. Li Yi continued to look at the patient. He was still relaxed. I'll keep it for now. I have to take a closer look at what caused it. The conservative treatment is to take medicine. The surgical treatment is to remove it. Then the vision will be affected. It's troublesome to adjust it with glasses. Li Yi finally saw a patient who needed golden needles. The person looked to be in his 30s. He didn't want to remove it directly. He had to figure out the cause first. At this time, Songda said, Dongzhu, the people from the Imperial Medical Department want to use golden needles to remove the blockage, right? Next, it's not good to remove the blockage. He's too young. Li Yi shook his head. He wasn't doing it for money now, so he had to consider the patient's health. If they didn't need to take medicine, they wouldn't take medicine. If they had to take medicine, they wouldn't take antibiotics. If they had to take antibiotics, they wouldn't take surgery. If they had to have surgery, they wouldn't have major injuries. Oral ulcers were the kind that let the patient pull out teeth and then insert teeth to make money. It was not wrong to be stabbed to death. Chapter 144. Li Yi was busy seeing the patients. Some of his diagnoses were very fast, while others had to wait for the next step. The people of the Imperial Physician Department were watching and found that the young man's treatment method was a little different from what they had learned. He didn't take the pulse at all. He put something in his ear and then connected it to a tube. There was a round iron in front of the tube. He took it and listened. When he met a man, he put it into his clothes to listen. When he met a woman, he listened through her clothes. He also put it on his arm and squeezed it. He said something about blood pressure. Soon, some people were arranged. What kind of medicine did some of them give? One pill after another. There was also a needle in his hand. The needle was connected to a tube, and the tube was connected to a transparent glass bottle with water in it. Oh, he finally saw a normal one. He gave a prescription. Li Yi didn't care what the Imperial physicians thought. He focused on treatment. 19 patients could be treated directly, so they were treated one after another. The remaining 11 patients needed equipment. Logically speaking, those with broken fingers should be cut open and reconnected. "Follow me to the courtyard," Li Yi said to them. The 11 people walked together obediently. The Imperial physicians continued to follow, and Li Yi didn't stop them. When they entered the big room with a lot of equipment, the Imperial physicians were stunned. They looked at each other and got the same message from each other's eyes. This was used to treat diseases. Out of the 11 people, 9 of them were confirmed and treated again. There were also patients with broken fingers and patients with cataracts. Li Yi looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 11:20. He hesitated. "Let's eat first." The Imperial physicians, what they wanted to see most was removing cataracts with golden needles. They had been studying this and summarizing the experience of their predecessors, but the effect was not very good. Why should they eat at this critical moment? Speaking of eating, Li Yi really took the patients to eat with him. They chatted while eating. His voice was gentle, making people feel at ease. Today, the Imperial physicians saw the legendary Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Sure enough, there were a lot of dishes. Xiao Luji imitated the villagers, put the food on a plate, and sat next to them to listen. Li Yi mainly chatted with patients who were preliminarily diagnosed with cataracts. He asked her what her eyes used to look like, how old she was, what she did for a living, what she liked to eat, and when she noticed that her eyes were blurry. Xiao Luji knew that this was to understand the illness and ask questions by looking, listening, and asking. 20 minutes later, Li Yi was the first to finish his meal. He was about 30% full and sipped on a bowl of cucumber and egg drop soup. Yes, cucumber soup. The cucumbers in the greenhouse were ready to be picked. Zhuangzi's people tasted them first. "Okay, come with me for another checkup. I suspect that you don't have cataracts, but uveitis. There are no complications, so you don't need surgery. Let's try medical treatment." Li Yi finished the soup and told the patient a piece of good news. While he was drinking the soup, he checked the information and compared it one by one. In the end, he found that there was a high probability that it was uveitis. The patient nodded when he heard that. He did not understand. Anyway, there were so many amazing Imperial physicians around. There was always hope. The group returned to the courtyard. Li Yi used an X-ray to examine the patient's condition. After hesitating for a while, he said, "I'll give you a manual reduction after anesthesia. I won't cut it off. There's just a small fragment, 'that has drifted away. In the future, there will be no big deal.'" The patient nodded in agreement. He thought that cutting off the finger meant cutting off the finger. Li Yi operated again. Finally, he put on a fixed sleeve and an anti-inflammatory needle. He turned around, changed the equipment, and continued to examine the patient. "It's indeed uveitis. There's no need to remove it." Li Yi smiled and drove the others out. This required a subconjunctival injection. It was very dangerous if someone was there. "What?" He said that he was going to give us a prescription. Now, he really has a trick up his sleeve. An imperial physician complained. He still wanted to learn. It's indeed a skill if you don't use a golden needle to remove the blockage. Of course, you can't let others learn it casually. Another imperial physician expressed his understanding. Hey, what's this book? Compendium of Materia Medica? Finally, someone found several books on the table. As he spoke, he naturally picked them up and flipped through them. After a few glances, he stopped and read them slowly. Xiao Luji originally wanted to stop him, but when he saw his colleague's reaction, he couldn't help but be curious. He also picked up a book and read it. Not long after, the 17 people from the Imperial Physician Bureau who had followed them all read the Compendium of Materia Medica. It didn't matter what volume it was. As long as they read it, they couldn't take their eyes off it. About an hour later, Li Yi's voice sounded. You still need eye drops and oral medicine. Stay in the hospital. I want to observe you at all times. The 17 imperial physicians threw the books on the table messily like thieves. They all pretended that they didn't read or do anything. Seeing this, Li Yi didn't expose them. He said to them, Everyone, why don't you come with me to the inpatient department to have a look? Okay, let's go. Xiao Luji was obviously very flustered. Li Yi took the patient with the eye disease to the inpatient department. The others went with him. The inpatient department that Li Yi mentioned was a building, which was the closest building to the main courtyard. The patients who needed to be hospitalized stayed in the rooms, and the nimble women in the manor were responsible for looking after them. The imperial physicians were surprised again. They didn't know that people with diseases could be arranged in this way. Finally, an imperial physician couldn't help but call out, Li Dongzhu. Ah, Li Yi turned his head. Your book is... The imperial physician asked hesitantly, What book? Li looked innocent. The Compendium of Materia Medica. Xiao Luji was straightforward. Ah, yes. It's a collection of the prescriptions of the predecessors and revised. It was passed down to me by my master. It's been 20 years. Li Yi looked like he was reminiscing. The imperial physicians were speechless. Who are you trying to fool? You've been writing for 23 years. How old are you? Sigh. Li Yi sighed. When people get old, they always think about the situation at that time. I still remember that 23 years ago, when my master passed it down to me. Li Dongzhu, let's not beat around the bush. Can we make a copy of your book? Another imperial physician was unwilling to play along. Well, it's not impossible. I still remember that my master said that only those with good temperament can be passed down to him. Li Yi looked at the imperial physicians one by one, as if he was looking at their temperament. How does one have a good temperament? Xiao Luji asked the key question. The other 16 imperial physicians nodded. Yes, you can see it with your eyes. If you're willing to take the initiative to find a patient for treatment, you're free of charge. When treating a patient, you have to be kind. If the patient loses his temper, you can't refuse to treat him. Li Yi still looked like he was reminiscing, as if he was repeating his master's words. The imperial physicians were about to say that they could do it. Li Yi continued, This is the first point. The second point is that those who want to read this book have to have a good understanding of medicinal herbs. How do you have a good understanding of medicinal herbs? The imperial physician next to him asked. I lack a pharmacy in Zhuangzi. I actually have a house, but there are a lot of herbs. Li Yi stopped talking and looked at the imperial physicians sincerely. The imperial physicians were enlightened. So clear? We'll fill the house with herbs for you? What herbs do you need? How much do you need? Another imperial physician asked. It depends on how clear you are. It doesn't matter how much herbs you have. The key is your sincerity. Li Yi rubbed his hands and emphasized the word sincerity. Chapter 145. Before dinner, the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department left and refused to eat dinner. They left with 4 large wooden barrels of 8 treasure porridge and the first volume of Compendium of Materia Medica. They were anxious to go back and read the book. The 8 treasure porridge was to be given to the children in Chang, and who needed this porridge. The first volume of Compendium of Materia Medica was to be printed by the Imperial Medical Department. There were 10 volumes in total, and there were many pictures in them. I thought Li Yi would give it to us, but I didn't expect that he would offer such a high price, an imperial physician said to the other 2 people in the same carriage. The method is not easily passed on. If you have this book, will you give it to others directly? Don't say such things again. If others hear it, they will think that we want to rob. His colleague disagreed and thought that what Li Yi did was normal. The third person said, "What puzzles me more is Li Dongzhu's medical skills. Many of them are different from what I learned, but he can diagnose diseases quickly. Looking at the things in the house, they are expensive. She must have been pulled back from the gate of hell by those magical things." At first, I thought it was a foreign doctor, but when I saw the book, I realized that Li Yi and I are of the same origin. The second person said again, "In the first carriage outside, the head doctor of the Imperial Medical Department covered his chest with one hand and put the other hand on the other hand. He looked a little nervous. The imperial physicians in the same carriage glanced at the head doctor's hand from time to time. Don't be afraid. No one will rob." The head doctor didn't know whether he was talking to the 3 imperial physicians in the carriage or to himself. The first volume of Compendium of Materia Medica was kept by him. Everyone was very nervous and afraid that they would accidentally lose it. "Yes, we will go back soon. Then, according to Li Dongzhu's arrangement, we will carve and print a batch of porridge and distribute it to the pharmacies and medical centers in Chang. And yes, we have to carve the picture clearly. We are counting on the picture to recognize the medicine. But Li Dongzhu wants the medicine and the whole pharmacy. Do we have to pay for it ourselves?" The 3 people in the same carriage said one by one. When the head doctor heard about the money, he smiled. "Didn't Li Dongzhu already give us a solution? Give 4 buckets of 8 treasures porridge to the children of the rich first." While he was at it, he told those people that he needed some money to buy medicine. They would definitely know what to do. We are people from the Imperial Medical Department. Don't think that your medical skills are not good after seeing Li Dongzhu. The doctor thought of Li Yi's meaning. The 8 treasures porridge was worthy of anyone's status. Which of the jujubes, lotus seeds, raisins, fungus, and monkey heads were cheaper? The other 3 spirits were roused, and they nodded at the same time. This was a good idea. Waiting for the 17 imperial physicians to enter the city and arrive at the entrance of the palace, without waiting for them to get off the carriage to go to their own imperial medical department, a yellow door was already standing there. "Huang Yijing, did you go to Ba Shui's Lijia village?" Huang Men asked. "That's right," the doctor replied. "Follow me to Xingqing Hall." The yellow door beckoned, so they hurried to see His Majesty. In Xingqing Hall, Li Longji was listening to the report about the distribution of porridge in the temples today. The report was attended by the same 4 people, the 3 prime ministers and Wei Zhigu, who was being valued again. The one reading the report was the Chang and magistrate, Pei Yaoqing. He had taken the initiative to read the report. Because there were no detailed statistics in previous years, it is difficult to compare this year's Laba Festival. However, this subject has already asked people to inquire. It is estimated that this year's distribution of porridge is less than 10% of last year's. The common people are mostly working to earn money, so they have no time to eat that bowl of porridge. However, the people in the various workshops are strolling around and eating porridge when they see it. According to this, almost no one will die of cold or hunger this year. This subject, as the magistrate of Chang, and has received His Majesty's favor, and has always put the people of Chang in first. Today, with His Majesty's grace, there will be no homeless people in Chang, and in winter, no one who has no clothes to wear, no one who has no food to eat. This subject. Pei Yaoqing couldn't continue speaking. He raised his head, and tears flowed down his cheeks. Li Longji and the others couldn't help but sigh at this moment. This year, Chang, and had become a county yamen with money. They didn't need to ask the Ministry of Revenue for money at all. They had raised enough money by themselves. Moreover, they didn't force the rich families. The rich families were very willing to pay for the ice lanterns. Therefore, Chang'an had no complaints. Everyone was very happy. Huangji is good, Li Longji praised. Of course, he didn't say that Pei Yaoqing was good, but that Pei Yaoqing could implement Li Yi's method. Li Yi said that whether method was good or not depended on the implementation. The implementation was the most difficult. Pei Yaoqing raised his sleeve to wipe his tears and sniffed like a child. It was Li Dongzhu's method that was reliable. He used money to drive the people in the county and found helpers to pull an investment and at the same time help to manage things. This subject also received more than 100 taels of money this time. This subject is willing to donate it. This subject's family is living well. Pei Yaoqing mentioned the commission. If there was no commission, no one would be so active. As the magistrate of Chang, and his salary was still relatively high. In less than a month, the people below him earned as much as the previous year. Each and every one of them was as active as possible. They didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. Don't you know that Zigong redeemed people and Zilishonyo? Yao Chong directly denied. Exactly, Zhang said and echoed. Zigong redeemed people meant that Lu had a law. As long as the people of Lu abroad saw people of Lu who were unfortunate to become slaves and bought them back, Lu would reward them. Zigong, the disciple of Confucius, was rich. He spent money to redeem people, but didn't want money. Confucius said he was wrong. If you don't want money, what about others? Zilu Shonyo was Confucius' disciple. Zilu saved a drowning person. The other party gave him a shonyo and he took it. Confucius said he did the right thing, so that everyone would be willing to do good things. Now Pei Yaoqing said he wanted to donate. He donated. What about other people in Chang'an County? This subject knows his mistake. Pei Yaoqing cupped his fist. Your Majesty, Huang Yijing and others have arrived. There was a shout from the small yellow door outside. Come in, Li Longji directly shouted. He wanted to know what this group of people was doing. 17 people came in. The book that was in the arms of the doctor was taken out. If he didn't take it out, he would be stabbed to death in front of the palace hall. This subject, Imperial Physician Huang Qi, greets Your Majesty. Huang Yijing said his name and the name of the medicine. The others heard the slogan and saluted together. This subject greets Your Majesty. Where did the book come from? Li Longji stared at the book and asked. It's a compendium of materia medica written by Li Yi. He said that his master gave it to him 23 years ago. This subject doesn't believe it. The ink is still fresh. Besides, he is not that old. Huang Yijing handed the book to the yellow door next to him. Li Longji and the others smiled. Li Yi was still so interesting. He lied in front of them and didn't even blush. He said that the poem was copied. Now the medical book said it was from 23 years ago. Li Longji took the book and flipped through 2 pages. From the words, he couldn't tell who wrote it. But when he looked at the picture, he knew that it was Li Yi's work. Li Yi's drawings were real. Have you all seen him display his medical skills? Li Longji closed the book after flipping through it twice. Huang Yijing clasped his hands. I have seen it. His diagnosis is fast. This subject does not understand the medical equipment. The difference in medical practice is very big. This subject does not understand. Ah, Li Longji nodded. He had also seen it. He looked at the book again. Why is there only 1 book? There are 9 other books. But Li Yi said that he wanted to test whether or not we understand the medicinal herbs. Especially, we need to be sincere. Huang Yijing helplessly said, How do you understand, and how do you show sincerity? Yao Chong asked curiously. Li Yi wants to build a pharmacy. Now that there is a room, we will send the medicinal herbs to the room. How much to send depends on sincerity, Huang Yijing bitterly replied. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shuo couldn't help but laugh. The others smiled. This, sure enough, when that kid is bad, it is hard to compare. Chapter 146. Huang Yijing and the others left Xingqing Hall and returned to the Imperial Physician Department in low spirits. The first volume of the Compendium of Materia Medica was left behind for them to copy. Their medical skills were good, but they were not good at copying books. Li Longji asked someone to send the book to the secretariat to copy it. The copy would be compared with the original and then sent to the Imperial Physician Department to be printed. There was no need for the Imperial Physician Department to do anything. They could just read it after the printing. Summon Yang Siluan, Li Longji ordered. A moment later, Yang Siluan, the supervisor of the Department of Internal Affairs, rushed over. Send the daily medicine to Li Yi Zhuangzi. Li Longji said to Yang Siluan. I understand. Yang Siluan replied and turned to leave. Tonight, he would find someone to look at the herbs of the Department of Internal Affairs. The herbs of the Department of Internal Affairs were better than those of the Imperial Physician Department. On the afternoon of the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, the two carriages arrived at Li Yi Zhuangzi one after another. One of the carriages carried herbs from the palace, while the other carried herbs from the common folk. Yang Siluan personally led the team and saw Li Yi for the first time. Beside Li Yi stood Wang Xing, who had just delivered the monkey head mushroom and wood ear and was returning to transport ice. Wang Xing was very nervous, as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad. Li Yi's gaze remained calm as he sized up the eunuch, who was described in historical records as cruel, bloodthirsty, and fierce. Yang Siluan was not tall, about 1.6 meters. His original family was the child of the leader of the Lingnan ethnic minority. After a war, the ethnic minority was exterminated by the Tang dynasty. Because he was only 5 or 6 years old, he was not killed. He was castrated and became a eunuch. His appearance was far worse than Gao Lisher's, and he did not have any literary talent. For such a person to stand out, it was impossible for him to not show his unique character. Thus Li Yi understood and was not as fearful as the others. Yang Si-sun was also sizing up Li Yi. People from his tribe looked fierce in the Tang dynasty, especially their eyes. Ordinary people would frown when they saw him. After knowing that he was in charge of the Department of Internal Affairs, they would be afraid. No matter how much power a fierce person had, they would avoid him. He was already used to it. He thought that when he saw a young man, the young man would be afraid of his gaze. In the end, he saw a pair of clear eyes with a hint of joy. That was strange. The officials in the imperial court were not afraid of him because of their high positions and authority. How could a young Zhuangzi not be afraid? Are you happy to see our Li Dongzhu? Yang Si-sun pretended to be fierce and asked in a low voice. Li Yi smiled faintly and nodded. Yes. Yang Si-sun was taken aback. Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. His translation was, F***CK, what do you mean? General Yang, my subordinate, Supervisor Wang, has always told me how good you are. Let the imperial plantation work with my Zhuangzi more often. That way I won't have to worry. Li smiled and put in a good word for Wang Xing. Yang Sida turned his head and glared at Wang Xing. It's you. No, it's not me. Oh, it's me. Wang Xing panicked. Come. General Yang, don't scare people. Come with me. If you help me deliver the herbs bestowed by His Majesty, I'll give you something good. Li Yi smiled and pulled Yang Si-sun's arm. Yang Si-sun's arm was strong, and he resisted. Li Yi's finger dug into the gap between Yang Si-sun's muscles. Yang Si-sun felt his entire arm go numb. Let's go. There really is something good. Li Yi exerted more force, and Yang Si-sun followed him. Wang Xing was stunned. After a while, he wiped his sweat with his arm. Brother, Yi is indeed extraordinary. Li Yi brought Yang Si-sun into the courtyard and took out a box from his small tool room. It was an ordinary wooden box. When he opened it, it revealed a stack of beautiful little boxes. He picked one up and pressed the catch. The box opened. On top of the red silk mat was a lighter. Li Yi held the lighter and flicked it with his thumb. With a ding sound, the lid was opened. He rubbed the flint wheel. The wheel spun and rubbed against the flint. Sparks flew and ignited the alcohol in the cotton. Puff! A small flame appeared. Yang Si-sun stared at it. This is good. It's better than a fire sickle. It looks even more beautiful. General Yang, I thought of making an alcohol lighter when I was bored. It can be used continuously. Li Yi explained. He repeatedly closed the lid, opened it, and ignited it. Yang Si-sun took out another one and did the same thing. As you grind, the flint will run out and need to be replaced. As you burn, the alcohol will run out. You can add more later. Li Yi explained the structure and how to play with it. Yang Si-sun watched carefully and learned seriously. He liked it. It was indeed interesting. There are 20 in this box. General Yang, take the other 2 boxes. Help me bring them to the palace and present them to His Majesty. Li Yi stated his purpose. He was not afraid of Yang Si-sun, but he was worried about Li Longji. He gave Li Longji a new herbal book and he rewarded him with something. He had to repay him. What about the flint and alcohol? Yang Si-sun immediately knew what the most important thing was. Yes, but don't take too much alcohol at one time. It can easily catch fire. Li Yi promised to provide long-term supplies. Good, you're not bad. Yang Si-sun raised his hand to pat Li Yi's shoulder, but immediately retracted it. He was afraid. This was the person whom His Majesty called Brother Yi. He realized that this young man, Dongzhu, not only looked comfortable, but also acted like this. When he spoke, there was a natural sense of intimacy. He even bribed people easily. It seemed like it was not a bribe, but a casual gift between good friends. General Yang, I'll have to trouble you. There are too many herbs, and it will take a long time to move them into the room. I hope General Yang can leave in the afternoon. Li Yi invited Yang Si-sun for lunch and even gave him a reason. Yang Si-sun could also explain why he would return in the afternoon. There were too many herbs. He had no choice. Yang Si-sun laughed even more fiercely. Good, good, good. It must be done properly. He agreed. He wanted to taste the food in Zhuangzi. He could not go to earthly paradise. He had ordered takeout twice. The stir-fried dishes were indeed not ordinary. Now all the palace maids and eunuchs with some status in the palace would join forces to take out 1,000 taels to get a membership card from someone outside. Sometimes, when they missed the meal, they would ask those who could go out to earthly paradise to order takeout. They could not do it at night. The palace was not open at night. Yang Si-sun naturally did not need to pool money with others. His card was given to him by others. However, he knew that the best food was made by Li Yi himself, followed by Zhuangzi's cafeteria. He left the box with Li Yi first. The 2 of them walked out of the courtyard, chatting and laughing. Wang Xing, who was waiting anxiously, blinked and rubbed his eyes. Finally, he confirmed that his eyes were not sick. Supervisor Wang, General Yang, is from the palace. I don't know much about the palace. I'll have to trouble Supervisor Wang to accompany me. Li Yi said to Wang Xing, hurry up. I paid a huge price to give you a chance to interact frequently. If you can't grasp it, I'll have to do it again. Li Yi treated Wang Xing extraordinarily well. There was no other way. Wang Xing had helped him find a cadaver. Wang Xing was in a daze. Yang Si-sun glared at him. Why are you in a daze? Didn't you hear what Li Dongzhu said? Hey! Wang Xing was only a few steps away. He also trotted over. General Yang, why don't you take a walk? Li Yi invited Yang Si-sun to take a walk. This way, it would be easier for Wang Xing to talk. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Yang Si-sun agreed. The 3 of them left. Li Yi brought Yang Si-sun to the paddy field to entertain him. Chapter 147. The The paddy fields had already been filled with water and frozen, and a few paddy fields formed a large ice rink. A group of children were skating on the ice, and their laughter was pleasant to hear. The three of them stood at the edge, while Tao Hong and the other three stood behind them. As Yang Siluan watched, his gaze drifted as if he was reminiscing. His face was pained. Li Yi quietly observed and felt that the other party was reminiscing about his childhood. Just as he was about to suggest that they go somewhere else, Yang Siluan revealed a carefree smile. As he smiled, tears welled up in his eyes. His smile changed again, and Yang Siluan let out a sigh of relief. His fierce face became gentler. His eyes were much clearer as he said to Li Yi, "This is good. The north is still better. There is ice to play in winter. General Yang is right. The north's winter snow is a gift from the heavens to the northerners. However, as long as you are willing to spend money, there can be ice anywhere, even in the scorching summer." Li Yi knew that Yang Siluan had let go of something in his heart. "Do you use saltpeter?" Yang Siluan asked with a smile. "For now, yes. After a few years, there might be other ways to make ice. I will work hard. 3 years." Li Yi set a goal for himself. In fact, he could exchange for a compressor now and make ice. The most suitable method was to use salt water to make ice. However, he felt that with the help of the village's craftsmen, he could achieve a technological innovation within 3 years with basic materials and manufacturing knowledge. Make ice faster? Yang Siluan did not doubt that Li Yi could do it. Li Yi was different from others. Ordinary things did not need 3 years. Since Li Yi said that it was a 3-year limit, it must be extraordinary. It is faster than chiseling ice in a river, and it saves 100 times more money than using saltpeter. When that time comes, I will build an ice rink on Zhuangzi. General Yang must come and play. Li Yi spoke the truth. Using a compressor with salt water to make ice was just a waste of electricity. At that time, he would use water and wind. He did not expect to produce too much electricity as long as it could support Zhuangzi. "Very good. Give me an ice cart and a pair of screws first." Yang Siluan watched the children play and could not help but want to sneak out. "If General Yang wants to play, there are ice skates over there." Li Yi pointed in another direction. "What's an ice blade?" Yang Si-sun had never heard of it. Add a horizontal piece of iron under the shoes, and below the horizontal piece of iron are vertical pieces of iron. With 1 foot, one can slide on the ice very quickly. Li Yi explained the structure of the ice blade and walked to the other side. After about 300 steps, they arrived at another ice rink. This one was even bigger and was divided into different areas. In the middle was an oval ice rink, but there was no one there. A group of adults and older children were standing at the side. There are 2 types of skate shoes. One is made of pigskin and is directly attached to the blade. The other is tied with a rope. When wearing the socks made by Zhuangzi, one could wear the first type. If it was another type of felt socks, taking off the shoes would take a lot of effort, so the second type could be tied. Take me, for example. When I take off my socks, the closer my feet fit my shoes, the easier it is to skate. Li Yi introduced and conveniently found a pair of ice skates the size of his feet from the shed next to him. As expected, he sat there and took off his shoes and socks, then put on the ice blade. The front of the ice blade was slightly curved, but there were no teeth. It was not a fancy blade, but more like a hockey blade. The blade was relatively short, and the blade was thick. It was not a short-track speed skating blade, nor was it a long-track speed skating blade. In the past, his long-track speed skating blade was a dislocation blade, and his heels could be separated from the ice blade for a short time. It was said that a dislocation blade for a 1,000-meter long-track speed skating blade could be faster than a non-dislocation blade by a fraction of a second. He did not make the speed skating blade back then because his metal smelting technology was not good enough, and the blade of the speed skating blade was thin. The cheapest ice blade that cost a few dozen yuan to 1 or 200 yuan had a blade made of 50-cent coin steel. A moment later, Li Yi put on the ice blade. His body swayed gently, and his feet exerted force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, he bent forward at a 90-degree angle with his legs slightly bent and his hands behind his back. He did not run, only skated, and picked up his speed in a few moves. When he entered the oval ice rink, he took out his right hand from behind his back and began to swing his arm. His body leaned inward, and his right foot moved forward. When he entered the straightaway, his arms swung back and forth. It was as if he was flying on the ice. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped far away. Dongzhu is good. Dongzhu, don't fall. Wow, wow, wow. I want to do it, like Dongzhu. The older kids at the school started to shout. Li Yi skated 2 rounds, and his body suddenly turned 180 degrees. The trajectory of the ice blade under his feet changed, and he became a reverse skating position. He turned his head slightly to the right, and his right foot extended diagonally backward. When he landed on the ice, his body weight followed the force of his right foot and swayed back to the right. He lifted his left foot and touched the ice from the front to the right. The outer edge of the ice blade under his right foot was pushed outwards. His center of gravity shifted to the left, and his speed increased again. However, this time he was skating backwards. This reverse skating position looked even more beautiful than skating forward. Good. I want to play this. Yang Si-sun saw Li Yi skating so easily and felt that he could do it too. He could do it as soon as he went up. Wang Xing didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at the people at the school next to him. They probably wouldn't be able to skate like Li Yi if they put on ice blades. Li Yi skated 1 round and approached Yang Si-sun. His right foot didn't change, but his left foot was lifted backwards, and he landed on the ice in a bow stance. Whoosh! Amidst the flying ice shards, he came to a stop and stood up straight. Give me one. I'll tie it. Yang Si-sun was eager to try. Li Yi went to find shoes and protective gear for Yang Si-sun. When he came back, he asked Yang Si-sun to sit on a stool. When he helped to tie the shoes, he said, "In a few days, I plan to open the ice rink. Renting ice blades will cost 100 per person per day. Is that a lot?" He finally revealed his purpose for opening the ice rink and making ice blades. Not much. Yang Si-sun supported. I think it's cheap to rent such fun things for a day. After Li Yi helped him put on the protective gear, he looked at something that looked like a watermelon rind and asked, "This is a hat. It's made of bamboo. It's drilled with a rope and tied with a net to prevent you from falling on your head. This one is for your elbow, this one is for your knee, and the last one is for your butt. Skating is dangerous. I can treat your arms and legs if you fall, but if you fall on your head, that would be troublesome. I don't want to save that kind of patient." Li Yi put on the helmet for Yang Si-sun. He looked around and was satisfied. At least under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have a brain hemorrhage or a concussion. Actually, it's not too troublesome. I can do it. I see that you're skating. Yang Si-sun was still inexplicably confident. Li Yi was afraid. He ran to get a pair of thick gloves for Yang Si-sun to wear. Is this enough? Yang Si-sun was anxious. He wanted to go on the ice. Li Yi checked again. General Yang, please. He stood to the side, worried that Yang Si-sun would fall on him. Yang Si-sun supported himself with the stool and stood up, just as he was about to walk. Ah! Ouch! No, Bam! Yang Si-sun fell on the ice with all kinds of screams. He tried to stand up with his hands on the ice. His legs kicked back and forth, but he couldn't exert any strength. How can this be? Pull me up. Yang Si-sun turned around and sat on the ice. He looked at Li Yi and stretched out his hand. Yoji, why are you sitting on the ice? At this moment, a voice came from more than 10 meters away. It was Yang Si-sun's courtesy name, Yoji. General Gao. Li Yi cupped his fists and bowed. Gao Lisher, why are you here? Yang Si-sun sat there awkwardly. I'm here to buy some soy sauce. There's not much soy sauce left in the palace. Gao Lisher walked over and helped Yang Si-sun up. He was tall. Didn't you just hit me the day before yesterday? Don't let go. Quick, grab onto me. Yang Si-sun was like a drowning man grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Li Yi was stunned. That's right. He just came to get soy sauce the day before yesterday. Today he came again? After thinking for a while, he showed a grateful expression. Chapter 148. Li Yi looked at Gao Lisher with a sense of intimacy. Gao Lisher was worried that Yang Si-lun would bully him with herbs, so he rushed over as well. After all, Yang Si-lun was infamous. He had killed many people during the massacre of the Wei family, and he had charged at the front. With that thought in mind, Li Yi's smile was sincere. General Gao, it just so happens that you're here to get the soy sauce. Just now, I showed General Yang my new alcohol lighter. General Yang likes it, so I'm sure General Gao would like to play with it. Li Yi told Gao Lisher, thank you. I'm fine here. I gave you a gift, so you can have it too. Yang Si-lun understood instantly. He looked at Gao Lisher meaningfully and smiled. I'm learning how to skate from Li Dongzhu. You can try it later. All right, I'll definitely learn. Gao Lisher brought Yang Si-lun to a stool. I didn't stand properly just now. Yang Si-lun was unconvinced. He sat there and said, he first thought about how to move, then stood up and took a step. He fell on but his face full of resentment. He was probably thinking, where am I lacking? I've thought it through. Li Yi slid in and out so quickly, and he could even do it backwards. Li Dongzhu, do it again. Let me see. I didn't see it clearly just now, Yang Si-lun said to Li Yi. Li Yi held back his laughter and nodded. He shifted his center of gravity, and his feet slid out naturally. He changed his posture and spun twice with ease. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Stand still first. Yes, just stand like that. Then, slide forward. Slow down. Do it again. Stand still. Slide forward. Okay, let's see what we can do. Yang Si-lun regained his confidence. So he did that first, then that. No problem. Then. Yang Si-lun fell backwards onto the ice. Luckily, he had a helmet and a cushion on his butt. I don't believe it. Get out of my house, Lin Fan said. Again. Dong. It'll definitely work this time. Yang Si-sun was very tenacious. He kept trying and falling. The adults and children on Zhuangzi watched from a distance. Every time Yang Si-lun fell, their faces would twitch. Li Yi could not stand it anymore. He said to Yang Si-sun, General Yang, do the horse stance. Yang Si-sun happened to be lifted up by Gao Lisher. Hearing Gao Lisher's words, he naturally spread his legs and got into a horse stance. Li Yi was sure that it was indeed someone who could kill. Moreover, it was the kind of existence that he could kill with his saber. This lower body's basic skills are very good. Just now he was just flustered. Yang Si-sun was no longer as confident as before. Instead, he said solemnly, so it turns out that the foundation isn't stable enough. No wonder you didn't sell your things, even though you could have made a lot of money quickly. Li Yi didn't want to say anything more. None of these eunuchs who could climb up a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were for free. After Yang Si-sun finished speaking, he adjusted his breathing. Then his left and right legs moved slowly. Step by step, he slid forward bit by bit. After a while, he was able to slowly increase his speed while bending his knees. However, he couldn't lift his legs too high, and he couldn't hold his saber. Find me a pair of shoes. Gao Lisher saw that Yang Si-sun could play, so could he. Not long after, Gao Lisher slid beside Yang Si-sun. Li Yi was speechless. He didn't know what it would be like if it was his first time on ice. When he first started, he practiced roller skating. He didn't do it in single rows, but in pairs. One shoe had 4 wheels. The first time he learned, he fell more than 40 times in an hour. As a child, his hands were swollen, but he got up after falling. He gritted his teeth and persevered. After that, he could slowly slide. After a few years of skating, when it was time for real ice, he had the foundation of roller skating. He could stand on the ice and try to do the moves. Now, the two eunuchs' lower body skills were too solid. They were told to get into a horse stance and slide quickly. As Li Yi thought about it, he turned his head to look at the children on Zhuangzi and said, "Remind me to add basic skills to their physical education class." "Yes, Dongzhu," the two palace maids and eunuchs said in unison. They were the most relaxed. Before, when Yang Si-sun was here, they weren't afraid of him. They belonged to different factions, but Yang Si-sun's official position was higher. Now that their boss was here, everything was left to the boss to handle. Just now, they were all muttering that if Yang Si-sun dared to bully Dongzhu, the next time the Emperor and Empress Wang came, they would complain. "Generals, it's about time. Let's go take a look somewhere else," Li Yi said to the two people competing on the ice. "Wait," Yang Si-sun shouted. "No hurry," Gao Lishur said. The two of them were addicted. Just like people who first learned to ride a bike or drive a car, they hated that they couldn't go out with the car all day. Li Yi sat down to change his shoes. He didn't plan to continue playing. "When do you think is a good day to open the ice rink and find people to spend money to play?" Li Yi asked the four people as he changed his shoes. "Dongzhu, do you charge money for the ice car?" Qing Song asked. "No, but I sell skewers next to it. No chili, only pepper and chicken soup. Boiled cabbage, oysters, dried tofu, fried tofu, yam slices, soaked dried vegetables dried in autumn. Vermicelli, chicken skewers and streaky pork. The dipping sauce is sesame sauce, salt and vinegar and no soy sauce. Eggs are also fine. I'll ask the craftsman to make egg molds. 1 egg and starch can make 2 solid eggs. Then the skewers of fried chicken bones and the chicken buttocks without glands will be sold to them at double the cost." Li Yi shared his thoughts with the four people. Guarding Bar River and not doing a tourism project would make him seem too incompetent. When the migrant workers finished building the buildings next summer, they could play more. Cui Lu tried hard to think about what Li Yi said, and a scene appeared in her mind. When a group of people heard that there was a completed ice car for free, they ran over to play and then ate as much as they could. Zhuangzi had more and more money. Can it be like this? It was the first time Tao Hong came into contact with this kind of commercial tourism model. The tickets were free. As long as they wear protective gear, I can make a big ice slope according to the terrain and slide down from above. Otherwise, why would I make so many ice lanterns? More than half of the house is still empty. Let them stay there. When they eat, they are not allowed to enter the cafeteria. Just open a separate cafeteria for them. Li Yi talked about his recent arrangements. At the same time, he differentiated the food between tourists and farmers. If tourists were allowed to enter the cafeteria, they would probably all eat soy sauce. If someone caught this good thing, it wouldn't be strange for them to gulp it down. Li Yi changed his shoes. Gao Lishur and Yang Si-sun finally restrained themselves and came back together. "Li Dongzhu, give me a few pairs of your shoes." Yang Si-sun opened his mouth and asked, "Mine too." Gao Lishur was just as direct. If it was someone else, they might be unhappy, but Li didn't care. When selling medical equipment, if the other party took the initiative to ask you for things, it would save a lot of trouble. He didn't care if they wanted it, but he was afraid that they wouldn't want it even if he took the initiative to give it to them. "Generals, each of you can take 2 sets of shoes of different sizes when you leave." Li Yi gave more. If there was something fun in the future, he would return it to you. Yang Si-sun sat down and habitually lifted his feet, meaning to let Li Yi take off his shoes. Just now, it was Li Yi who helped to tie them. "Yoji, are your legs sore and uncomfortable?" Gao Lishur suddenly said. Yang Si-sun was shocked and quickly lowered his head to untie the rope. At the same time, he gave Gao Lishur a grateful look. "Thank you. I almost had an accident." As he untied, he was sweating. Just now, Li was teaching him how to tie his shoes. If he stretched his legs like this, and Her Majesty knew, his legs would probably. Li Yi didn't even look at him. He was thinking about how to organize a winter ice activity and how to find rich people to play with. Chapter 149. Yang Si-sun and Gao Lisher did not know how profitable the tourism industry was, nor did they have the awareness of economic development. The two of them took off their shoes. Gao Lisher said to Li Yi, "Let's go take a look at the migrant worker settlement you mentioned." "General Gao, please." Li Yi naturally thought that Li Longji wanted to understand the situation. It was not just 2,000 now. It was almost 3,000. Zhuangzi, next to Chang'an, was taking care of so many people. Who would not be worried, especially since he could help train the soldiers? What if Li Yi led the way? Gao Lisher said to his 4 people, "Hurry up and follow." Tao Hong said mischievously, "General Gao, this is the Li family Zhuangzi. You can't talk. I'll deal with you when it's my turn." Gao Lisher threatened. "Dongzhu, look, General Gao is threatening me. I won't leave, okay?" Tao Hong said coquettishly to Li Yi. "Okay, let's dig a hole and bury them," Li Yi said with a smile. Yang Si-sun was surprised. Gao Lisher and Li Yi had such a good relationship. Even in Zhuangzi, he could still joke with the palace maids. This was impossible in the palace. The few of them chatted and laughed. The palace maids and eunuchs were not restrained at all. They were smart, especially Tao Hong, who purposely gave Gao Lisher a chance to show his closeness. Li Yi did not want to participate in this kind of palace fight. He could see that there were disputes everywhere. In other words, where there were people, there would be politics. Yang Si-sun regretted not bringing his own people. He turned his head and saw Wang Xing. He smiled. "Wang Xing, you are often here. Are you familiar with the settlement?" "Yes, very familiar." Wang Xing finally found an opportunity. He continued, since Brother Yi Li Dongzhu took in a large group of people. As the weather turned cold, more people came. Yang Si-sun nodded in satisfaction. Look, he had people here too. If it weren't for Li Dongzhu's help, would the people who came later have frozen and starved to death? He continued to ask. That's true. Wang Xinggang wanted to say, that's not true either. At this critical moment, his EQ and IQ rose at the same time. He added, actually, because of Li Dongzhu, countless people have survived this year. Even the Chang and county magistrate had to look for Dongzhu to ask for advice. Therefore, this year no one in Chang and county died of hunger and cold. When he said these words, Wang Xing indeed looked at Li Yi with a gaze of worship. This year, Chang'an had arrived, and it was all because of Li Yi. However, Li Dongzhu didn't go there to leave his name. Chang, and was prosperous in winter, but he wasn't. If it wasn't for the fact that he was quite bad at times, then he was simply a saint. Thinking of saints, Wang Xing was shocked. That's right, was Li Yi afraid that others would say that he was a saint, so Dongzhu. Dongzhu is here. Dongzhu, have you eaten? Thank you, Dongzhu. Dongzhu, I've set up a memorial tablet for you. Dongzhu, I don't have incense now, but I'll kowtow to you every day. When I have incense, I'll offer incense and kowtow to you. Wait a minute. Li Yi shouted the person who kowtowed to him every day and said that he would offer incense and kowtow. What's wrong, Dongzhu? The person was confused. Only the dead will offer incense and kowtow. Li Yi wanted to beat him up. What was the difference between this and 3 bows? Is that so? Then I can save the money to buy incense in the future. This person was very honest. You don't have to kowtow, Li Yi hurriedly added. Okay, I'll listen to Dongzhu. I'll keep it in mind. The person nodded repeatedly. How's your family? Li Yi's voice softened. It's good. The 3 children are all studying. My wife is good at work, so she got an extra bucket of rice. When this person talked about his family, his face smiled like a flower, which looked quite scary. It was definitely not the same concept as a beautiful woman's smile. Li Yi didn't show the slightest disgust. Instead, he said, seriously, if you don't feel well, remember to look for me. Now that Shuangzi has a pharmacy, you don't need to pay for the treatment. There's already that in your salary. I know. I don't need to think about anything else as long as I work for Dongzhu, the person replied. You can't tire yourself out too much. Otherwise you'll get sick. I'll still be tired if I treat you. Li Yi persuaded the person who worked to pay attention to rest. Dongzhu is a good person. The person gave Li Yi a card. The 8 people walked slowly and looked around. There was no snow on the road. The cement road gave people a clean and refreshing feeling. There was no cow, sheep, horse, or dog feces. Even the feces of poultry were quickly cleaned. In winter, poultry only came out on sunny days. When it was time, they would all rush home. There was food at home, but not outside. Occasionally, there would be washed clothes hanging in front of a house. They were frozen stiff, but the water vapor on the clothes would continue to evaporate. After 2 days, they would dry. The stiff clothes would be brought into the house. When it warmed up, they would become damp. They would be hung next to the fire to add water vapor to the house. When most of the water vapor on the clothes dissipated, they could change into them. The villagers didn't need to do that. They had heaters. After drying the clothes, they would put them on the heaters. Li Dongzhu, can this method be popularized? Yang Si-sen felt that he should say a few words to make his presence known. General Yang, if you want to use this method, you must first correct your heart. If other Dongzhu can do things like me, then it's not impossible. If you can't do it, this method will harm others and yourself. This is called eating from a big pot. It all depends on how capable the leader is. I'm not boasting. I'm just telling the truth. I can manage and know how to manage. If it's someone else, how can I guarantee? How can I guarantee that I won't be lustful when I meet other people's harem? How can I guarantee that I won't be greedy when I see money? Li Yi spoke bluntly. Human nature was the obstacle, especially in places where the law could not reach. He knew that the reason why the crime rate was low in ancient times was because there were fewer reports. Most of the time, the village elders and the village chief could solve the problem. For example, in the Zhang family's village, people with the same surname quarreled with each other. They fought and killed each other. The village chief, Zhang Shao, went over to take a look. Why did they fight to death? Give them money. He turned around and said to the villagers whose family members had died, "Your family is also in the wrong. Now that your family members are gone, what should we do? The village will pay, and we will take good care of you." Then the matter would be over. They would report a sudden death to the county and adjust the rent. This was considered a sudden death, and it would not be recorded in the case file. It was clearly a criminal case, but in the end, there was not even a civil case. There was no trial, no detention, no arrest, and no investigation. The laws of the Tang dynasty could not be implemented locally unless someone in the local area tried his best to sue the authorities and did not agree with the coordination and decision of the village. In such a situation, not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in his time, what should we do? Gao Lisher did not know what Li Yi was thinking. He really wanted to find a good solution. Let the people know the law. The censorate is the most important thing. If the law enforcers break the law, but no one investigates, it will shake the foundation of the country, Li Yi said. He did not say anything like, there are laws to follow, laws must be followed, law enforcement must be strict, and violations must be corrected. The censorate must show its function and punish the law enforcers as hard as possible. How can the censorate guarantee that? Gao Lisher understood, but he was even more confused. People were watching people. What if there was a problem with the censorate? Give money and benefits to the family members of the censorate. Arrest the family members of the officials who were punished. If the crime is not serious, lock them up first. Then, let the officials enter the censorate for a year. Find out how many mistakes they made and verify and reduce the punishment of his family members. If they can't find anything, they will be exiled, killed, and their relatives will be executed. Even their ancestral graves were dug up for them. Look, is he not doing his best? When Li Yi said this, his tone was still as calm as ever. He was just making a casual remark. However, when Gao Lisher and Yang Si heard it, they gasped. They realized that this method was useful. It was too evil. How did Li Yi come up with this kind of scheming? Did he have to be so ruthless?